A very good morning to everybody joining us today, and welcome to the second day of 2024 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan. 非常欢迎各位贵宾呢继续参加我们第二天的台湾全球健康福祉论坛哦。And we're going to begin day 2 with a parallel session on family policies to address low fertility of East Asian countries. 那么第二天呢，首先我们的平行场次要聚焦的就是东亚国家应对少子女化的策略哦。And to begin, please join me in welcoming your moderator, Professor Mung Yong Kun, to the stage. Please welcome Dr. Suk Myung Yoon, Honorary Research Fellow, Korean Institute for Mental and for Health and Social Affairs, to the stage. 那接下来呢，我们就掌声欢迎我们的主持人，韩国卫生及社会事务研究所的荣誉院士 Dr. Yoon. The time is yours. 我们掌声欢迎。
Thank you very much for kind and thank you very much for kind and warmly introducing me as the first the moderator of the first session. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here in Taiwan, one of the quiet and gorgeous cities, to share our views and knowledge. Issues, especially family-related issues. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer, including the supporting steps. My special thanks need to go to the Deputy Minister Gender Rue, the former professor of National Chungcheong University, one of my long-time close friends. So, over the last three decades of Far Eastern Asian countries, including Korea, Taiwan, Japan, have experienced the recordably and unbelievably ultra-low birth rate. So let me take Korea as one of the examples. TFR, I guess you might well know this concept. TFR means total fertility rate. A similar concept is birth rate. Not exactly the same, but in case of Korea, the TFR birth rate is around 0.7, unbelievably low, the most lowest in the world as well as in the OECD area. As you may well know, to maintain the current population size of any nation, TFR should be at least above 2.1. But in case of Korea, over the 2 decades, TFR of Korea is around recently sharply dropped to around 0.6 or 0.7, so unbelievably low. So that means if Korea's TFR is going on like this, then in the future, the nation of Korea will be disappear in the earth, in the world. So that is very, very serious issue. So naturally, many Asian governments have adopted very many strong policy measures of Western type, but so far there is no significant impact to adverse this trend. So today, on this issue, three well-prepared experts and government officials will present on these surprising issues. So naturally, all of us, I think, need to keep an eye on this very interesting issue. So now it's time to introduce the first presenter of this session. So let me introduce the Professor Masahiro as the first presenters of this morning session. Professor Yamada Masahiro worked for Chuo University of Japan. His specialty is family sociology, and using love and money as a key concept, he attempts to depict family relationships such as parents and children lovers from a sociological perspective. Since the late 1990s, Japanese society has been transformed, and many young people have lost hope. so they don't have any future, so feel. And he named this situation as the hope disparity society. Chikuma Bunkok in Japanese. So over the last 2 decades, Professor Masahiro has pioneered the theory of social disparities. Starting year was 1999. The period of 1990s is a very, very important period in history of Japan. After the Second World War, Japanese people first experienced the deep economic depression, mainly due to the collapse of bubble economy. Wait a minute. So Professor Masahiro, the author of a well-known book, The Age of Parasite Singers, has published, including this book, Professor Masahiro has published numerous books. I guess you have heard about Parasite, the well-known picture, Academy Award picture, so well made by Korea. So also, Professor Masahiro frequently used the word of parasite. To understand the real story of happening in East Asia, you need to be quite familiar with the word of parasite. Including Japan with the declining birth rate and the age of marriage haunting, and why Japan failed to combat with the declining birth rate are the main books of the Professor Masahiro. Now, let me add a little more things. Today morning, his presentation title is The Structural Background Behind the Depression of Birth Rate in Japan. So, and also with the subtitle, Japanese parents like to make their children feel misery. This is very, very important. So this subtitle has very, very important meaning. So he raised the issue, the cultural characteristics of Japan society that are quite different those of the West. This is also, I guess, very, very important issue raising. He concluded that the Western style policies taken by Japanese government have not been effective so far. So I think it's time for the Professor Masahiro. So let's welcome Professor Masahiro with a big applause.
Next page is this one. Next is this one. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, back please. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Masahiro Yamada, a professor of Chuo University in Japan. I'm honored to have been invited and have the opportunity to give my speech here. To introduce myself, I have been doing Japanese family research for more than 40 years. It is exactly 4 years of declining birth rate in Japan. And I have seen the declining birth rate up close. Among them, I have created words such as, the professor already mentioned, parasites, singles, disparity society, and marriage hunting activity. In recent years, since the declining birth rate of East Asian countries has been common, it has become more common in lectures, and as shown in the next slides, some of my works have been translated and published in Taiwan. Like that. 単新規制時代 means parasites by singles, perhaps, like that. Thank you. So, before my lecture, I have to. Sorry. Sorry, I have to. I have said, I call myself one of the most pessimistic critics in Japan. Perhaps you will understand the meaning after my presentation. Perhaps. So, as you probably all know, let's make a quick look at the data on Japanese declining birth rate. Japan's declining birth rate is not something that started recently. For over 30 years, the total fertility rate has remained below 1.5. And the children who were born in small numbers 30 years ago are now reaching childbearing age. So, as a result, we have seen a sharp drop in the number of births in recent years. This is brought about by a decrease in marriages, and the unmarried rate for 30 to 34 years old is high at 51.8% for men and 38.5% for women. Like that. Oh, sorry. The direct cause of sorry. What's a back to this? It's okay. So, the direct cause of Japan's declining birth rate is the increase in the number of unmarried people. Over the past 30 years, roughly 3/4 of young people have married and raised 2 children, while 1/4 are unmarried and have no children. This structure has hardly changed in the past 30 years. And even now, the vast majority of young people want to go married. So why are marriage decreasing? Herein lies the inconvenient truth about Japan's declining birth rate. It is a fact that in Japan, men with unstable incomes are not chosen as marriage partners by unmarried women. So, and since 1990, the number of such young people has been increasing. So, this graph shows that many men in their 30s with high incomes are married, but men with low incomes are not married. This trend has been much stronger recently. 80% of men with an annual income of 6 million yen or more are married, but only about 30% of men with an annual income of less than 3 million yen are unmarried. And next slide also shows how much annual income unmarried people expect from their spouse. The income that women expect from unmarried men is considerably higher than the actual income of unmarried men. When I present this table in the UK, England, England professor said that this was a very rude question, and that in the UK, people would answer the annual income has nothing to do to do whether they like or summer or not. When I presented this slide in mainland China, and a researcher said that in mainland China, first, women would ask about the assets of the man's parents. Now in mainland China, unmarried men's parents want to prepare the house and the car for their sons' wives. Behind the decrease of birth rate is not only economic factors such as widening economic disparity, but also cultural factors unique to Japan. In this speech, I will mainly talk about the cultural factor. So now I would like to talk about the history of marriage in post-war Japan. Marriage has both economic and psychological aspects. And nowadays, marriage is becoming more difficult economically, and the romantic aspect is weakening in Japan. So, when people get married, they are concerned with whether they can live a better life than they have now, and whether they can provide their children with a better environment than the one they grew up in. In other words, they have a strong desire not to let their children feel miserable. I think this is a common sentiment in East Asian countries. So, until 1890, Japan had conditions in place for people who got married to be able to live a better life than they had before they were unmarried, and to raise their children better than they had been able to. However, since the 1990s, there has been a growing anxiety that this will no longer be the case among young people. So, from here, I will explain the cultural background of why the measures against the declining birth rate in Western countries have not been effective in Japan. There are 4 points to consider. I will explain them in order. First, there is a parasitic phenomenon. In Western countries, it is a norm for young people to live alone. This makes marriage and cohabitation financially easy. However, in East Asian countries such as Japan, it is a norm for people to live with their parents even after they reach adulthood until marriage. If you live with your parents and are supported by them, you can enjoy a comfortable life. So I coined the term parasite singles, like parasite to parents. 25 years ago. People hesitate to get married because getting married and becoming independent would mean a drop in their standard of living. I think this is a characteristic not only of Japan, but also of Eastern Asian countries and Southern European countries like Italy or Spain. So, secondly, women's social advancement is lagging behind in Japan. If a woman has a low income, she will have to live off her husband's income after marriage. And as so, in the table above, she will have no choice but to seek out a man with a high income. This means that men with low incomes are no longer considered as potential marriage partners. Thirdly, unlike Western countries, Japanese people do not place much importance on romantic love. Many people believe that in marriage, money is more important than romantic feelings. Recently, the number of young people who do not have a partner is increasing, and the number of young people who do not mind not being in a relationship also increasing. Like that. So, you can see the table. Only 1 in 5 unmarried men and 1 in 4 unmarried women have a partner. Most of young people have no girlfriends or boyfriends. So, finally, there is a strong sense of responsibility regarding their children's future. This is expressed in the word, I don't want my children to feel miserable. In Western countries, parents' responsibilities continues until their children reach adulthood. So, the burden of raising children is relatively light. However, in Japan and other Eastern Asian countries, parents believe that they must do everything for their children's future, including paying for their children's higher education. It is precisely because they care about their children's future that they don't want to have children unless they can secure the necessary economic conditions. And let's add 2 more cultural factors. Japanese people hate risk. So if they feel there is a risk that they might not have enough income to spend money on their children when they get married and raise them, they hesitate to get married. And Japanese people value public appearance. In Japanese, it says sekentei, perhaps in Chinese, menzu, perhaps menzu in Chinese. They have a strong desire not to let others see that they are living in poverty. So they continue to live with their parents to avoid a poor marriage. The culture the culture reason why measures combat the cultural background behind the success of measures to combat declining birth rate in Western countries is as follows. Conditions are favorable for men with unstable incomes to be able to get married and raise children. But the cultural reasons why measures to combat the declining birth rate like those in Europe are not working in Japan as follows. It's okay. sorry. I cannot. So, live with parents before marriage. There are still many workplaces where there is discrimination against women, and romantic feelings are not emphasized, and they are responsible for raising children in the future and give priority to their children's future. Rather than surrounding to romantic feelings, he put the economic conditions on his child's education first, and don't get married at risk. For these reasons, measures to address the declining birth rate, mainly to support work-life balance, end up being futile, idle. So furthermore, Japanese economy will gradually decline as the population ages and the birth rate falls. However, the Japanese people living there have little sense of crisis, I think. Without major reforms, the falling birth rate will not be addressed, and they cannot bear the idea of people losing out as a result. This is why I am pessimistic. So, in future, 3/4 of young people get married and create a small, happy life. And 1/4 of young people remain single for their entire lives, with many living with their parents and enjoying virtual content such as a game, anime, idols, or like that. For the time being, they are able to live happily. So, I'm now researching how single people in middle age are enjoying their lives. I think Japan in happy decline may be the choice the Japanese people have made. So sometime I think the declining birth rate is maybe a fate of rich Asian countries, which people love children than their spouse. Thank you very much.
I would like to appreciate for his excellent presentations. I strongly hope that the audience in this auditorium can understand the real story, what's happening in Korea. Korea is one of the most fastest economic. Korea is the economy achieving the past economic growth in a short period. But the problem is we have so many side effects. So I don't know so far how can we handle effectively to address. So once again, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your very rich and informative presentation material. So now let me turn to the final presenter speakers of the morning session. the last speaker is the Deputy Director of the Ministry, so the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Taiwan. So, Tao Chun Cho, the currently Deputy Director General, Social and Family Affairs Administration. His current job position is currently serves as the Deputy Director General of the Social and Family Affairs Administration, Ministry of Health and Welfare, as I already mentioned. In this position, he oversees a wide range of responsibilities with a primary focus on child and youth welfare services. He carries out national policies, in particular, developing family-based placement resources for children and youth. Beyond his work in the child care, Deputy Director Cho also plays a crucial role in planning and implementing elderly welfare policies. Also, Mr. Cho's career in the public service spans approximately 2 decades, having served in both the Ministry of Health and Welfare and its predecessors, the Department of Health under the Executive Yuan. Between 2018 to 2022, Mr. Cho has held the position of Deputy Director of the Long-Term Care Division at the Ministry of Health and Welfare. In this capacity, he has been at the forefront of implementing the ambitious 10-year long-term care plan 2.0. Today his presentation title is Taiwan's Strategic Plan for Low Fertility Rate. To address this title means to address national issues linked to declining birth rate. Taiwan's government is enhancing fertility treatment subsidies and creating a supportive environment for child rearing. So since July 2018, Taiwan government has introduced various policy measures leading to the launch of an updated National Child Care Policy for ages 0 to 6 in 2024. He will deliver in detail on this contents. So now I think, please welcome Deputy Director Tao Chun Cho with a big applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here to introduce Taiwan's strategic plan for low fertility. Because I have only 20 minutes, so let me introduce my speech in Mandarin.
Well, as a matter of fact, since 1949, we actually had a period of time where our fertility rate was quite high. At one point, it was as high as 7%. However, after 1984, both in terms of total fertility rate, which dipped below 2%, and total births actually dipped below 380,000. So in 1984, that is a very important watershed year. And as a matter of fact, as of last year, our total fertility rate was 0.86%, and the total births is a little over 130,000. So our situation is very similar to that of Korea. And as a result of low birth rate, so this has led to a lot of social changes. In 1981, the average age of getting married was 24, but that has increased to 31 years old in 2023. I think this is quite rare among countries around in the world. And
actually only 50% of women are married, and the remaining half are not married as a result of getting married late. So now women who had their first child, typically they did that at the age of 31 years old. So actually this has become a very important problem. So given the low birth rate, what we are faced with is a very important challenge, and that is whether or not, even if you get married, are you willing to have children? According to a survey in 2019, the reason why women said they don't want to have any children, there are three reasons. First of all, because having children represents heavy economic burden. Second of all, they are unwilling to change their lifestyle. And number three, they are concerned about their children's education and future. So we again conducted a survey in terms of women leaving the workplace because they get married, because they give birth. That is still quite commonplace for women to have to leave their job. Obviously, we tried to implement a number of policies. We hope women can return to their job after giving birth. However, women are still concerned about whether they can take care of their children. Therefore, most women are unwilling to have children. Before 1949, women tended to have a lot of children. So in terms of our demographic structure, as you can see, in 2020, our total population reached a peak. And after 2020, our population has been declining. And the baby boomer generation has now reached the age of 65. So this represents that by the end of 2025, 7.6 million people in Taiwan will be over the age of 65, accounting for 37%. We believe by 2070, more than 40% of our population will be 65 years old or older. And by that time, our total population will be lower than 15 million. But now, we have a total population of 23 million. So, 23 million will decrease to 15 million by 2017, given our low birth rate. So, again, this is a very daunting challenge. And indeed, as a result of a low birth rate, we believe that this has translated to the decrease in the number of students. This has great impact on our educational system because we don't have a lot of students. Therefore, a lot of schools have to close. But in rural areas, we don't have enough schools. So as a result, we are seeing more and more closures of schools. And if we compare now against 1984, if you were born in 1984, you are probably 40 years old.
So the people who are really facing this issue are those who are going to graduate or they have actually graduated. So in the future, the challenges encountered in the education sector will now shift to the labor sector. This means that our population, our workforce, will decrease from 17 million to less than half of that number. Although there are more older workers, however, we don't know whether or not this increase will actually help with the issue, because I think we need to change our ideas of an aging workforce. And I think the economy or our industries will suffer a lot. Currently, there are a lot of sectors that are labor intensive face very daunting challenges of labor shortage, and because the dependency ratio will continue to increase, therefore people will feel that there is a greater burden. It will increase to 1 to 1 by 2070. Currently, it's at 4 to 1. So this is a very huge challenge. That is why in 2018, a strategic plan for declining birth rates was introduced. We aim for cross-departmental collaboration to address low fertility rates. There will be 4 dimensions. First, we want to provide full support for childcare. Currently, there are public childcare services. We give subsidies and allowances for families that have young children. The second dimension is balancing work and life. So this is under the authority or competence of the Ministry of Labor. We provide maternity leave, parental leave, flexible working hours, and also encourage more childcare services. And the third dimension is to ensure the rights of the children, especially in terms of their health and safety. So there are various policies trying to promote health care for mothers and children, prevent child abuse and neglect. We hope that the welfare of children and young teenagers will assure parents, especially for children that are at a disadvantaged position. We hope that we will be able to provide them with more assistance. These measures have begun in 2017 and 2018. The fourth dimension is providing more supplementary measures. For example, for those who want to live in public housing, we would provide rent subsidies. We would also try to encourage more couples to give birth to children. Currently, it's at about 50%. We want to increase that. Other measures include, for example, transportation subsidies, etc. So if you drive during the weekend, you want to park in, for example, department stores or other public venues, we have reserved parking spaces for families with children. So let me delve into details of these 4 dimensions. First, in terms of full support for first 6 care. This is basically a national child care policy for children between ages 0 to 6. So we want to provide more public services, for example, public child care centers and preschools. In 2017, I think more and more people, this percentage has increased to 26%. For those between 0 to 2, this has increased from 14.7 to 53% in terms of enrollment rate. And when enrollment rate is higher, for those who are working, parents would probably be more willing to return to the workforce. In terms of economic burden, the government continues to give out subsidies and allowances. We subsidize preschool enrollment or childcare services. In the past, there were means-tested policies, but now we've actually canceled that. If parents give more births, they will receive more benefits as well. In these past years, we have continued to roll out different measures. This year, 90 billion NT dollars have been allocated. About 958,000 children have benefited from these measures. We have also provided more support for parents. For example, paid leave for prenatal checkups and also paid leave for men accompany their wife to prenatal checkups and childbirth. Currently, the law allows both parents to take parental leave. 2 days ago, I said something to Mark, and I made a mistake because actually both parents can take parental leave until their child reaches 3 years old. As for paid leave, currently they are allowed to be given 80% of their salary up to 6 months. Currently, 6 months is relatively short. After 6 months, they won't be able to receive salary anymore, but they are guaranteed to return to their work. We also want to provide flexible working hours. Currently, in the Labor Basic Act, many amendments have been done. We also want to provide worker-friendly facilities. For example, businesses should establish child care facilities. The Ministry of Health and Welfare have created our own child care center within the ministry. For child health and safety, of course, we want to make sure that they receive better care before and after giving birth. We have also increased the subsidized prenatal checkups for women. Starting from 2021, we have also provided subsidies for in vitro fertilization. For infertile couples under 45, they can receive subsidies. More than 22,000 newborns have received or actually were born because their parents received subsidies. We will continue to provide consulting services to lower the amount of twins to ensure safety. We have also provided different emergency medical networks for newborns that suffer from severe and rare diseases. We have enhanced care for them. If they need to be referred to bigger hospital centers, we also provide transfer services. A lot of times, babies need to receive different treatments, for example, in terms of dosage or the means of administering the drugs. We have designed a platform for these pediatric diseases. We also have trained pediatric medical care professionals so that they can provide more dedicated care for the parents. We are also promoting parenting guidance services for vulnerable families. For those that have developmental delays, we provide early intervention. We have also amended laws to prevent child abuse and neglect. For child and youth future education and development, we are providing low-income families with dedicated accounts so that these children, when they're grown up, they can receive contributions and have a better future. As for other supplementary measures, in terms of housing, we provide newlyweds and parents with subsidies. There are also tax incentives. There will be deduction given to families with preschool children. We also have allocated a lot of money. In 2018, it was only 23.4 billion, but by 2024, if you combine all the budget allocated, it has increased to 116 billion NT dollars. Yes, we have done a lot. However, it's an uphill battle. Although we've done a lot, however, achievements are quite limited. There are some improvements, but I think it's very difficult to reverse the trend. And we need to continue to work on these different fronts. If we look at the experiences from OECD countries, I don't think there's a magic bullet that can reverse the declines in fertility rates. Governments all need to take a multi-pronged approach, at least to sustain the fertility rate. For countries that are able to increase their fertility rates, basically, these are rare finds. And despite these challenges, we will continue to work together to promote comprehensive measures. Thank you very much.
请副署长呢在台上稍微留步一下，等一下呢就是我们的这个 Q&A 的时间，谢谢。Thank you once again to our three speakers in the session from Japan, from Korea, and also from Taiwan for sharing with us how their countries are dealing with low fertility. And of course, Professor Masahiro has shared with us how Japan has come to where it is today in terms of low birth rates, and why is that some of their strategies don't really work. And also Director John from Korea has talked about a wide range of policies and also support measures in maternal care, in child care, in public housing, and many, many more in order to take the fertility rate up. And also, we have heard a lot from Deputy Director General Zhou for sharing how it's done here in Taiwan. 那我们刚才的这个三位讲者呢，分别来自于日本、韩国以及台湾哦，都分享了在他们的国家是如何提出不同的这些策略来因应少子女化以及低生育率的这个现况哦。And now we'd like to invite all the speakers back to the center of the stage for the Q&A. And everybody, please join us once again on the stage. We'd like to welcome Dr. Suk Myung Yoon, Professor Yamada Masahiro, Mr. Yong-Sup John, and also Deputy Director General Dao-Jun Zhou. Please take your seats on the stage. 那接下来呢，我们的 Q&A 的时间，我们都欢迎大家提问哦。那欢迎大家呢提问的时候使用您座位上的麦克风。那也请介绍一下您的大名以及所属的单位。If you wish to raise questions, please use the microphone at your seat and also let us know who you are. And now back to our moderator, Dr. Yoon.
Many thanks for very informative and excellent presentation in the morning session. I would like to express my sincere appreciation also to excellent presenters. So let me briefly summarize it. In case of Professor Masahiro, he emphasized on the cultural characteristic of Japan, Far Eastern countries, including Japan, to understand the real story happening in the Far Eastern Asian countries. Also, the director Zhang emphasized this time is the last opportunity to reverse ultra low fertility rate in case of Korea. So we don't have enough time to reverse this unbelievable, really low fertility rate. Also, as the last presenter, the deputy director Chao, she was presented using so rich and informative presentation. So as I guess, the Thailand government already introduces possible policy measure to reverse, to address the falling, the declining rate. So I think it's enough for summarizing this three presenters' presentation material. So I think it's time to open to the floor. So if you have any questions to the presentation of three speakers, then raise your hand and also, so let us know your name and position of affiliated institute. So now open to the floor. Any questions? Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Bettina Borisch. I'm from Switzerland, a country that faces the same situation. And it's less a question than a remark. I think we should think of the systemic question behind it. And the question is, in all countries where we see these changes, the position of women in society has changed. And it would be interesting to see the view of women on the question of birth rates. It is the point that women entered the working market, that they started to earn, that they became independent. And I like the comparison from Japan between Asian and, let's say, European dating attitudes, but I think both sides have the same situation. Women's position has changed. And what we see now is that the amount of unpaid informal care work that has been taken out or done by women in a system where this was taken for granted has now to be done in another way. So I would say that let's start with the position of women and ask the question, are men ready to be adapted to this situation, this new situation? It's a question to the men that you are here. You are only men, so you can answer the question. If men are ready to adapt to new positions and new situations of women. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So I totally agree with your views. So let me know you. So in Korean society, at least in Korean society, already young generation changed their mind. So they share the burden of rearing the child. So I guess Professor Masahiro.
So I have also pessimistic view about it, because even now a lot of young women don't want to work outside because the situation of work is very, very severe. So I think about half of my students want to get married with very, very high income men and live a decent life and want their children grew economically well. So perhaps Japanese work situation is very, very, very severe, long working hours. So even for men. So I think the first thing to do is to reform the working situation of young people, I think. So, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Masahiro. So I think so the Director Zhang also need to add a little more. So the professor raised the issue, the woman's role in rearing the child care. So the issue in Korea also, the how to harmonize the woman's role in working place and the rearing the child care. So
I'll speak in Korean. 한국 남자분들은 저는 적응을 잘 하고 있다고 생각을 하기는 합니다.
In terms of Korean men, I think we are rather adapting quite well to the current change.
최근에 그러니까 제가 지금 당장 통계 수치는 제가 조금 후에 얘기를 드리겠지만 최근 그냥 제가 개인적인 경험에 의하면 젊은 남성 같은 경우에는 요리를 잘하는 것이 상당히 매력 포인트 중에 하나로 인식이 되고 있습니다.
So at this point, I cannot provide some specific data, but recently in Korea, the trend is that the men it's getting popular to learn how to cook, and it's becoming a very attractive point for men when the women view the male.
그리고 숫자를 조금 말씀을 드리면은 그 남성과 여성이 결혼을 하지 않는 결혼을 하기 위해서 필요한 조건에 대해서 조사한 결과를 제가 가지고 있습니다.
And I have some numbers for the condition of marriage that the men and women needs to prepare in order to get married.
네, 한국 20대, 30대 남녀에 대한 조사인데요. 남자 같은 경우에는 주거 비용이나 내 일자리가 좀 든든하면 결혼할 의향이 있다라고 답을 했고요.
So this is a statistic for the young people in their 20s and 30s for male and female. For the men's case, they feel that they are ready to get married if they have a place to live and a good workplace.
그런데 여성의 경우에는 가장 우선적으로 꼽은 게 결혼 후에도 일에 열중할 수 있느냐였습니다.
And for women, one important factor for them for marriage was the fact that if they will be able to continue their work and career after marriage.
그래서 제 생각에는 남녀가 그 주된 결혼 요건으로 보는 것에 좀 차이가 있는 것 같고요. 특히 여성의 답변에 비춰봤을 때 남성과 여성이 같이 가사 분담을 하거나 여성이 이제 사회적인 어떤 발전 가능성을 추구할 수 있도록 지원하는 시스템 마련이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
So it seems that looking at these statistics, there are some gaps between the viewpoint of men and women in Korea. But from the government's perspective, it seems like if the young people get married, they need to figure out they need to get an agreement whether who's going to do the housework. Also, the government-wise, we need support to let the women be able to continue their career in the long term.
그래서 한국 정부도 예를 들면 이제 육아휴직을 쓸 때 남성과 여성이 일정 기간 이상 같이 쓰게 된다면 육아휴직을 전체적으로 더 기간을 늘려주는 것처럼 그런 어떤 남성들의 그 돌봄 참여를 유도하고 있습니다.
So another example is when the wedded couple, when they have a child, the man and woman can use the maternity leave at the same time. And if they do use it at the same time, the government will support them to let the days of leave become extended.
So I strongly hope the Director Zhang's explanation would be helpful for understanding what's going on in Korea nowadays. So Professor Masahiro also wants to add a little more.
東京では、東京では働き続けたい女性は確かに増えています。差別が少ないので。
So if the discrimination, it's not does not exist, women in Tokyo want to work in their career path.
それで東京の子ども数はほとんど20年ぐらい減ってないんです。
And the number of children in Tokyo hasn't decreased for the past 20 years.
地方の子ども数が急激に減ってます。
But the number of children in regional places has decreased a lot.
東京もそうですけども、地方の女性はほとんどがパートタイムジョブ、昇進のないパートタイムジョブしかしてないんです。
So this can be seen as a result of the fact that women in regional places, they only have part-time job. They are not devoted to full-time job.
地方でパートタイムジョブしかしてない女性たちはこの仕事を続けたいから結婚したいとは思いません。
So
したくないとは思いません。
the women living in the regional place is not willing to continue their work in most cases.
でも地方には彼女たちを十分な生活がさせてくれるような男性が減っています。
Although they don't want to continue their career path, it's very hard for them to find a partner who can support their life.
で、やる気のある女性は東京に出てきて結婚して子供を産みます。
So those women who want to work in their career path will move to Tokyo.
そこで地方から子供が消えていくっていう現象が日本で起こっています。
So it's very conspicuous that the number of children decreased a lot in regional places, and the children decreased a lot.
ですから東京では少子化対策は日本では成功しています。多分台湾や韓国でも都会では成功するとは思いますが、農村がどうなるかは心配です。
So actually, I'm very worried about the situation in the regional places in Japan. But in big cities like Tokyo, I'm not worried because the policy has been very effective.
So the Japanese case is surprising to Korean. So let me take an example in case of Korea. So total fertility rate of Seoul metropolitan area is even much low. So let me take, as I remember, the figure is about 0.5. The total fertility rate of Seoul metropolitan area is so low. So this situation is quite different from the Japanese case, I think. So I think.
Tokyo's fertility rate is very low, but because the young women from rural part come Tokyo, but the number of children not so decreased.
So let me add a little more. So two countries have a little bit different situations. So the main reason in case of Korea, let me take the ultra low fertility rate in Seoul metropolitan is very, very expensive real estate, the price, housing price. So that's one of the main reasons. So wait a minute. So please, after replying, then I'll give you a chance to. So this time is the director, the deputy director Cho. So
Taiwan.
Men in Taiwan, at least for this generation, I think when they get married, they are actually quite willing to participate in doing house chores. This increase has been significant. Recently, there have been discussions about paid house chores, but I don't think it's going to reach a consensus soon. But I think the willingness and the actual actions taken to take part in house chores among men have increased. Taiwan is a very small country, so we don't really look into urban and non-urban areas and see whether there's a difference in terms of fertility rate. However, there's a very interesting statistics that I would like to highlight for people in their first marriage and in their age for giving the first child actually only differs by 1 year. And this actually is quite interesting. So within 1 year of their marriage, usually couples will give birth to their first child. A lot of these couples have already been living together, and sometimes it's because they already have a child and therefore they get married. I think we have seen an increasing number of situations like this. And because people are getting married later, therefore we do see that for couples who are willing to have children, then they are actually quite prepared because they know that they have only a few years left to give birth to children. These are some of the recent observations.
As extra explanation for the Taiwan, so I appreciate for your excellent explanation, Deputy Director Cho. Wait a minute. So Professor from CSC wants to add a little more. So
thank you very much. You very nicely described that the change of society is ongoing. And I also think I'm less pessimistic than Professor Yamada. I think that the young students that I observe during my teaching are already changing stereotypes and changing roles. As you said, even men learn to cook, a life-saving basic competency, by the way. And I think there are more changes underway. As you said, also forms of living together in couple, married, non-married, all this is underway. So what you describe, change of society, is underway. And as every change in society, it first happens in urban centers. Always, the urban centers are first. But I want to make a point that is completely different from what we discussed. This change of role models, this change of society, of stereotypes, has a counter reaction, and unfortunately, this comes mainly from right-wing politicians. And a lot of right-wing movements around the world are now attacking the movements that you try to promote by asking the so-called classical, traditional role. But we know there is no classical and no traditional role. You are just promoting the next steps where we are going to go. So thank you.
Thank you. So already in Far Eastern Asian countries happening the remarkable changes in the role of the men, especially in case of leading the child and baby. So let me take in the order. So the first is the professor from Germany, and second the woman, and next So wait a minute. So first.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Mark Nellen. I'm the Director General for Family Affairs in the German Ministry of Family Affairs. And I thank you very much for your statements. And I think in Germany we have the same development. Our fertility rates are also declining, like in your states, maybe from a higher level, but we are looking for the same challenges. And I want to emphasize 2 points. And maybe we have substantial cultural differences between South Asian and Asia states and in Germany states. So one point is getting children before marriage. That's a in Germany, it's very usual. We have between 15 and 20% of all children were born before marriage. So marriage is not necessary to build a family. So when we talk about family and what's the definition of family, the family definition is, I think it's very wide and it doesn't impact the marriage. That's the first point. And the second point, Tao Chun, in your presentation, very impressive numbers, how you increased your budget in the last years. And I would remark that I think to bring more families to more children and to big action, you need money for the children, you need allowance, but that's not all. And I think it's not the main thing. I think necessary, it's a little bit like Bettina said before me, we need to change also in our consciousness. We need to change in culture. And that means how we get our relation to work, the relation between the so-called care work and the professional work. And so in Germany, we started a big program going inside the economy to the companies and to make the consciousness to change the culture in the companies, to bring together the family work, the care work, and the earned work. And this program works. This program works. Lots of companies are saying also to the men, to the fathers, you can reduce your work maybe from 40 hours to 30 hours or 35 hours to take care for your children, just to stabilize the family situation. And it's also very important for economy growing. So my point is money is the one thing, spending of the governments, but the other thing are changing in the consciousness, in the culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your excellent explanation and comments in case of Germany. So I partly agree with your views in the case of first questions, also in case of Korea. So tendency is a little bit changing very slowly. So first on the first question. So,
Okay. Yeah.
Professor Masai.
So as I mentioned, after 2000 in Japan, romantic relationship have become inactive. So without sexual relationship, there are no children even before marriage. We are not Santa Maria. So now, yeah. Yeah. So nowadays only of course some do sorry. Some do sexual relationship, but in Japan, the pregnant marriage, shotgun marriage rate is very high, very, very high. So they get married. But as I said, it becomes inactive relationships. I think it's because the reason is doing a game and anime and like that substitutes for relationships. One survey says in other country the happiest time is having girlfriends or boyfriend, but in Japan young people says the most happiest time is eating good food.
So, thank you. So, the doctor, the Director Zhang, do you have anything to add in case of Korea on the first question?
네, 일단 결혼 전 대부분은 이제 한국은 출산은 결혼한 커플한테서 이제 주로 이루어지고 있습니다.
In case of Korea, most of the births happen after marriage.
비혼 출산율도 증가하고 있기는 합니다. 그래서 한국도 비슷한 추계에 있습니다.
However, there is an increase in the birth rate of before marriage. So, slowly, but there is a steady increase.
이제 그 정부 입장에서는 사실 인식이나 문화가 중요하다는 건 저희도 이해를 하고 있고 여러 비용적인 측면에 대해서 그리고 그 제도적인 측면에서 할 수 있는 일들은 진짜 많이 했다고 저희도 보고는 있습니다.
And in the perspective of the Korean government, we also acknowledge that the awareness and the change of culture is very important. And in terms of the budget-wise, we're thinking that we are doing enough. A lot of actions are happening in Korean government.
그런데 이제 아까 그 정치적인 우파에 대한 공격 뭐 이렇게 말씀 주시긴 했는데 제가 발표 중에 한 것처럼 지금 이제 젊은 층에서는 내가 왜 나라를 위해서 아이를 가져야 되냐는 어떤 기존의 우리 공동체 중심의 아시아 문화랑 다른 개인주의적인 문화가 이제 많이 확산을 하고 있습니다.
And you mentioned about the right-wing party trying to put out their ideology into the society. But in Korea, as I mentioned in my presentation, the young generation nowadays, they think that politics is not something that's related to my own life. And relative to the past Korean culture where community was most important, nowadays young people think that the individual life is more important.
그래서 몇 번의 이제 사례가 있었는데 정부가 이제 저출산 문제를 해결하기 위한 해서 홍보를 한 것이 예를 들면 여성 단체라든가 아니면 언론에 의해서 상당히 이렇게 비판을 세게 받은 적도 많이 있었습니다.
And for example, there were these related issues that the government tried to promote to let the people's awareness up to level, but at that time, some of the women's rights movements or some human rights institutions try to attack those comments by the government, the promotions by the government.
그래서 한국 정부는 지금 어떻게 하려고 하냐면 정부 주도보다는 언론이나 종교계 같이 민간 주도로 그런 인식이나 홍보를 하는 쪽으로 저희는 방향을 잡고 있고요. 그리고 기업 그런 우수한 문화를 이제 채용하고 있는 기업에 대해서 포상을 하고 그 기업을 홍보해 주는 방식으로 해 나가려고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
So compared to past practices where the government tried to be active in promoting, we found out that it doesn't work. So we're trying to move to a movement made by the civil sector, like the media or the religious sectors, where they try to promote their ideologies. Also, the government is also trying to support those companies who have great corporate cultures, where they lead a good example in terms of these issues. We try to give them benefits and some support from the government to the company.
Many thanks for your very informative extra explanation for understanding of Korean situation. So, do you have any more? Anything to add on the first question?
I think changing the mentality or the attitudes towards family and childbearing of the current younger generation is as important as the government's policies. However, the government acknowledges the fact that communicating with the generation that is currently in the period of child rearing and giving birth is very, very challenging. Just like what Mr. Zhang said, the younger generation care more about their own quality of life. They prioritize their own lifestyles. So under this situation, if marriage or child rearing will affect their current quality of life, then they would probably not be willing to get married or give birth to children. So I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we are currently facing. So the younger generation often jokingly say that there are more people who have pets, cats and dogs, than children. I think this reflects the idea of their imagination about what is quality of life and what is a better lifestyle for them. They think that there are too many uncertainties in building a family and having children, and we are still working on this.
The Deputy Director Cho, so we are quite behind the schedule. We have only 3 minutes for the first session. Could I ask, we can have a little more time for the first session?
Maybe 5 more minutes?
5 more minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Then we can have 10 minutes, about 10 minutes? No?
No.
Only 5 minutes?
5.
Then I would like to skip the second question of you. So the next...
It's Julie Wang from National Health Research Institute. Thank you so much for so comprehensive information. And it's so complicated that I'm an epidemiologist. I have the privilege to follow the birth cohort until they become over 20s. So I quite understand how the kids are thinking. And I was wondering whether early education, like in senior or even junior or elementary school, to let them know raising family children are great career too. Like a home dad is a wonderful, even nicer job, something like that. So that will be last for long for the population because they are not going to have babies for the nation's labor 20 years later. So my question is, how about combining the early education, which also affect the members or relatives in the families? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So let us know your question.
Yes. My name is Huiying Duan. I'm Associate Professor of the Infant and Child Care Department of the National Taipei University of Nursing and Health. I have the same question because the all mentioned about care and education, and my students, they are pretty hard, good heart of associated in the early childhood education. But when they go to the nursery setting, I am wondering any policy for support them to have a good job and also they are not so tired in the early childhood education setting, and because the turning rate, because parents are curious asking the high levels quality care, so they have lots of demanding for the child caregiver. I think that's similar with the hospital nurse. So any policy to support the early childhood education child givers in your country? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So last question, you raised your hand.
Yes, hi. Dr. Ked Madol from St. Lucia, Caribbean Island, chairperson of the Non-Communicable Disease Commission. My question is, have we considered whether separating our thinking of a family? I noticed most of our studies related a family to marriage, and in the Western Caribbean Islands, we notice a lot of failed marriages, and that seems to be related to the deterring factors in trying to get married and have children. So as a strategy to increase our fertility rate, have we considered maybe looking at supporting just having children and not necessarily supporting a marriage to have children?
Thank you. So,
Dr. Yun, we also have a gentleman sitting on the second row who's trying to raise questions. Can we also hear his question quick, too? Yes. Please use the microphone at your seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm the representative of the Hungarian Trade Office here, and my question is whether you have looked at the Hungarian family policy, because I can tell you that this family and birth rate issue has been the center of our political thinking for a decade now, and we have did some political innovation which resulted from our ideal to having a 2.1. We started a decade ago from 1.2, and now we are around 1.5. So we actually have managed to turn back this negative trend. And there is a lot of things to research on that, which I'm not going to go in details because of lack of time. But I'm very happy to share in private. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments on the Hungarian cases. So we don't have enough time. Already we are quite behind the schedule, but I just want to give a chance for 1 minute for each presenters. First, you have anything to add? Just 1 minute. So we don't have
as I'm a sociologist, so I always consider low-educated people, low-income people, and living in rural parts. So the measures that Japanese government support, I think, has been for high-educated, metropolitan living, high-income people, I think. So after that, we think of that low-educated, living in rural parts people.
Thank you. So, you have anything to add?
간단하게만 그래도 최대한 답변을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 헝가리 케이스 관련해서는 그 노바 커털린 전 대통령께서 한국을 방문하신 적이 있어서 저희도 잘 인지는 하고 있고 참고하려고 하고 있습니다.
Hungarian case, because President Nova has visited Korea and told us about your good example, so we know about that, and we are trying to use it as reference for Korea.
그리고 결혼하지 않고 출산하는 그런 어떤 문화를 조금 말씀을 주신 것 같은데, 이거는 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 이제 문화를 정부가 이끌어서 그렇게 하자고 하기는 조금 쉽지는 않은 것 같습니다. 그리고
And you mentioned about the birth outside of marriage, and for Korea, I think this is a little bit difficult for the government to tackle because it's in the realm of culture of the people.
하지만 아까 교육 얘기를 해주셨는데 한국에서도 약간 그런 지금 말씀하신 인구의 변화의 양상이라든가 그것이 개인에게 미치는 영향 이런 거에 대해서 의무 교육 과정은 아니지만 좀 교육 콘텐츠들을 만들어서 제공을 하고는 있습니다.
You also mentioned about the education for in terms of children and also caregivers of the children, and we are seeing the change in population and the change of culture from community to individualization. So we are in terms of the contents of the education, we're preparing related contents to tackle those kind of areas.
양육기관 종사자 처우 관련해서는 그 아동하고 그 종사자의 비율을 조금 이렇게 낮춘다거나 해서 부담을 덜어드리려고는 하고 있고요. 또 이게 아주 직접적인 관련 아니지만 이제 외국에서 이렇게 돌봄을 해주실 수 있는 분들을 저희가 모셔서 지금 실험적으로 적용을 하고 있습니다.
And also in terms of the staff that work in the child care service, we are trying to lower the ratio so that the number of caregivers and the child become closer. And we are also trying to bring in foreign labor who can also work in those areas.
Thank you, Director Zhang. So, as a moderator, I should be fair. So, do you have anything to add? 1 minute, please.
So, first of all, to our friend from the Caribbean region, let me tell you, in East Asia region, if we want to separate out marriage and having children, well, our culture is not particularly supportive of that kind of model. And because of that, so let me go to the other question about whether we can start with early education. For example, in early education, we can emphasize family value, and we can teach children about the importance of starting a family, having children. Well, as a matter of fact, Minister of Education will tell you it's very difficult to add anything to school activities because already students are being taught a lot of different lessons. But we are not talking about adding a new class. We just want to instill in students the importance of having children. So we believe that we can probably design activities which can be organized around, for example, the Children's Day, so that we can design activities through which we can inculcate the value of family and having children in the younger generation. As you mentioned, we need to make sure our young generation have awareness about the importance of having children and start a family. So instead of telling them exactly what to do, we want to make sure they have the right kind of mindset. For example, I won't tell you what things to buy, but whenever you see a long queue getting formed in front of store, you want to be very curious to check out what is being sold in the store. So we want to create the kind of environment so that our younger generation will be gradually educated about the importance of family and having children. Thank you.
Deputy Director General Cho. So it's time to close. So as a moderator, I'm very sorry. So I'm not well managed the time. So we are quite behind the schedule. Before closing, I would like to appreciate one more time for your interesting on this issue. So I also would like to express my sincere appreciation for three excellent presenters in the morning session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And to thank our speakers, Dr. Yoon, would you please come to the front? Everybody, please come to the front, and we're going to present certificates of appreciation to our speakers. And Dr. Yoon is going to present a certificate to each one of you here on behalf of the organizer. Okay? 我们先致赠感谢状哦。好。続きまして、感謝状を授与したいと思います。Okay, firstly, to Professor Yamada. Yes, please come join us in the front. 我们先致赠给日本的讲师。Yes, okay. Would you come to the center of the stage? All right. Thank you so much, and let's have a photo together. And next to Director Yoon Sup John. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next to Deputy Director General Dao Junzhou. And now can I have the moderator and our three speakers have another group photo on the stage? Yes. Yeah, with your certificates. Thank you. Thank you very much. And would you just stay on the stage for one more minute? And Director General Zhou has prepared some Taiwanese tea for you here on the stage. 那我们周副署长，我们的社家署呢，也有准备了台湾的这个茶，要致赠给我们的讲者哦。那我们是不是请这个周副署长为我们颁发一下 ？Yes, firstly to Dr. Yum, our moderator. Thank you so much. To Professor Yamada. Thank you. And Director John. Thank you so much. Thank you. 谢谢. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to our speakers in this parallel session, and that's it for the morning session here in this room. Next, we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back by 1 o'clock. We'll be back by 1 o'clock, and if you're going to join us for parallel session 3, Public Child Care Policy of Western Countries, be back in here in this very room at 1 o'clock. And if you're going to join the parallel session on the leveraging digital health to reduce health inequality, please go to the 10th floor. The parallel session there will also begin from 1 o'clock. And we have lunch boxes ready outside. Please help yourselves. We'll see you later at 1 o'clock. 那各位贵宾，接下来呢就是我们午餐休息的时间，我们休息到下午1点，休息到下午1点哦。那场外呢备有午餐的餐盒，请各位贵宾自行的取用。那我们下午场回来之后呢，在我们原场地要进行的是平行场次3，聚焦欧美托育公共化的成效。那如果您要参加的是数位医疗来消弭数位卫生不平等现况的场次的话呢，要请您移驾到10楼，要请您移驾到10楼，谢谢。那我们等一下见。Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back for another parallel session. And for this session, our speakers are going to take us on a deep dive into public child care policies of Western countries. 那接下来呢，我们接下来这一场的平行场次要聚焦的就是欧美国家的托育公共化的这个成效哦。And now to open this session and introduce the speakers, please welcome your moderator, Deputy Minister Gender Liu, Ministry of Health and Welfare, to the stage. 让我们掌声有请主持人卫生福利部吕建德次长上台为我们介绍主讲人。次长有请。
Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to be the moderator of this, I would say, very important section. And in this section, we will talk about the public child care policy. I think not only Western, but we also invite the Taiwanese scholar to talk to introduce about some of our policy now in Taiwan. And we have 4 scholars. The first one, if you are allowed, please let me introduce. But I would like to say, because I earned my PhD in Germany, so I ask for your understanding if I speak English with a little bit German accent, particularly a little bit Bielefeld accent. Thank you. Okay, the first one is Mr. Mark McNellen, and he is the Director General for Family Affairs and Digital Federal Ministry of Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth from Germany. And frankly speaking, now we are also trying to establish some similar branch now in Taiwan in our ministry. Thank you, Mr. Neller. And the second one is Professor Brenda Wang Shuyun. Wang Shuyun is currently the associate professor from Department of Social Welfare, National Zhongzhen University, and she was also my colleague. Thank you very much for Brenda. And the third is Honorable Dr. Margot Greenwood, the Senator of Canada, and she will talk about the evolution of early learning and childcare in Canada. Thank you very much, Mrs. Greenwood. And the fourth is Mrs. Zhang Meimei is also my colleague, and he is the Deputy Director General for Social and Family Affairs Administration. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have for each 20 minutes. Okay, and then in the final section we will have a panel discussion. Okay, thank you. So first of all, let's welcome Mr. Mark Nellen, please. Thank you.
So I take the microphone here. Okay, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, dear Mr. Liu, I would introduce you in German. Lieber Herr Liu, ich freue mich sehr, dass wir hier auf Deutsch die ganzen Tage miteinander reden konnten. Sie haben ja eine Vergangenheit in Bielefeld und es ist sehr schön, Sie hier kennengelernt zu haben und freue mich sehr auf meinen Vortrag. So, that were my last words in German for today. Thank you very much again for your invitation and for this wonderful forum here in Taipei. It's an honor and I'm very pleased to be here in Taipei. It's my first visit in Taiwan and I'm very impressed of this wonderful country, I would emphasize. I'm now here to tell you something about family and childhood policies in Germany. And let me emphasize in the beginning, Germany and Taiwan face some very similar challenges. I will explain it later during my lecture. So that's the points I'm talking about. You don't have to read everything. We come from the first point to the fourth point, and I will directly start with let me say, a little philosophical question. The question, what does family mean? Citizens regularly ask us if and how we define family. And we have no generally application definition. Family can mean lots of different things. And it is important when we are talking about fertile rates, how we define and explain family. What family is and how it looks in practice is always a reflection of societal change. Some families involve marriage, others don't. I mentioned this in the morning session. There are couples, lone parents, separate parents, step families, patchwork families, and also rainbow families. For us in Germany, family is wherever people take responsibility for each other in the long term. And we have a definition here of our ministry. You can read it. Family is wherever people take responsibility for each other in the long term, regardless of their religious, political, ideological, or sexual orientation, and so on. Coming to the next slide. What does family look like in Germany? First of all, let me tell you some numbers. Germany has 84 million inhabitants, and in 2023 there were 8.5 million families with underage children in their household. 10 years previously, this figure stood at 8.1 million. In Germany, most parents are still married. In 2023, 5.82 million parents with underage children were married. The number of unmarried parents is, however, increasing over time. In 2023, in the last year, there was roughly 1 million instances of extramarital cohabitation with underage children. That means 12% of all families with underage children are in families where the parents are not married. For 2023, the German Federal Statistical Office reports 1.69 million lone parents with children, and that's really a challenge in Germany. Lone parents, especially that are women who are alone with their children under 18 in their households. And this corresponds to a share of 20% of all family forms. And that means every fifth child in Germany lives only with one parent, and that are I think it's about 90% are the women and not the men. So we have here a gender problem that the women have to take the border to take the care about for these children. And let me emphasize one other thing. When I say family is where we take responsibility for each other. In Germany, we introduced the same-sex marriage in 2017. In Taiwan, 2019, I think Taiwan is the first Asian country which established the same-sex marriage. And I think it's a very good and a modern development. And we are looking very interested in how your experiences in Taiwan are with same-sex marriage. Let me now come to the birth trends. This was the topic of our morning session. So in Germany, we have 1.35 children per woman. That is much more than Taiwan or even South Korea. We listened to it in the morning. But the number in Germany, and that's similar to the Asian countries, declines since 2016. 2 years before, we had a number of 1.58. So in the last 2 years, the fertility rate declined on 0.2%, and that's a lot. And that's what I mean. We have similar challenges. We have to stop this development. When we are talking about birth trends, we are also talking about the wishes of families in Germany. And a few months ago, we made a study and we asked a representative amount of people under 30 if they want to have children. And the result was amazing. 91% of all people under 30 wants children. Over 90%. That's a medius intremenious number, and the question is the decision of whether to have children is a personal decision for every woman and every family to make. And for German family policies, it's not the task of policy to get involved in this hugely personal decision or prescribe a certain way of life or type of family. In modern societies, I think you know that, with low infant and childhood mortality, we assume that approximately 2.1 children will need to be born to every woman in order to sustain the population long term. Let me say it's kind of a stable, we need 2.1, and that must be the aim to get the fertility rate to this number, and we are far away from this when we have now 1.5 at the moment. But in Germany, we are not alone. We are currently seeing a sharp decline in births along Europe. The birth rate has recently decreased in most EU countries, first and foremost in Denmark and Finland, but also in Belgium, Netherlands, even in France. So France has the highest rate in Europe. The fertility rate in France is also declining. And these figures indicate that the economic and social crisis of recent years have taken a toll on people. Let me say, in uncertain and economically challenging times, people put off having a family, and that's a fact. Instability, it's the worst thing for family planning. And this makes it all the more important to provide families and potential parents with strong support and progressive family policies that will encourage more people to have children. And this includes, for example, investments in childcare, family benefits, and support to share tasks equally for a better balance between work and family life. So, next slide is coming here. We don't need this. This is our minister, Lisa Paus. So you see her, and that's her definition, what her aims of family politics, family policies in Germany is. You can read it afterwards. I will not read it here in the audience, but that's a good comprehension of everything family policy is in Germany, where we are standing for and what we are trying to bring forward inside our society. Let me now come to this wonderful square. And this square are the 4 central building blocks of family in Germany. material security, work-family life balance, equal opportunities for all children, and quality childcare. And these 4 blocks, I will now, in the next slides, tell you something about every block. They belong together, they depend on each other, and we have to force every of these 4 blocks to become a consistent family policy and to go forward to make a good family policies. Let me now come to the first one, a family-friendly working environment. Most families in Germany can make a decent living on their income. Germany is the world's 4th largest economy. People in Germany earn significantly more than the average global income. And that means that working parents are the best guarantor of a family's material security. Reconciling family and work life is a challenge for practically all parents. A key factor here is to make it possible, easier and worthwhile for women to stay in employment. We were talking in the morning session about the gender gap between men and women. That's a big issue. And women to share tasks equally and reconcile family and work life. A recent study shows that almost 1 million fathers have already changed their job in order to have a better work-family life balance. More than 1.7 million fathers think frequently or occasionally about taking the step. That's why we want to help companies realize the advantages of a family-conscious personal policy and to reflect the shared responsibility of policymakers and business for improving people's work-family life balance. For many potential parents, a company's family friendliness is the key to deciding whether to postpone or even abandon plans to have children. And let me here bring one more very interesting number. Part-time working is very popular in Germany. About 50% of all women are working part-time, and about 80 to 85% of all men are working part-time. And this number increases. The new people coming from the university, starting their job, they don't want to work full-time. They want to work part-time because to have time for their family and to share the care work with the mother, with the other parent. And here also the comparison to Taiwan. I think in Taiwan, the part-time relation is just 3.2%. So that's a big difference. And I think working part-time is also a key to bring together care work and the normal economy work. We established a program in Germany called Success Factor Family. We are spending lots of money to there, and this program is supporting specifically small and middle companies when implementing a family-conscious personnel policy. And this is very relevant for the question of whether young people wish to have children. A good work-family life balance also gives companies a competitive edge when competing for skilled workers and specialists. So it's really an advantage for companies when they are looking for young people to get employed, to have good conditions to bring family and work together. The next square is the material security. Without material security, everything is nothing. So families need to have a stable background, a stable income, and this is very important for people starting a family in Germany facing major economic pressures. In Germany, families with children enjoy special constitutional protection in terms of their economic livelihood. And this is why the minimum subsistence level for all children is tax exempt and child benefit is provided. We have a child benefit of 250 euro per child. That means 8,600 Taiwanese dollar per child. and it's the same amount for all children. So I think you in Taiwan, the benefit is raising with the number of children. We have €250 per child, and this corresponds to almost 10% of monthly net income in Germany, which averages €2,400. So the average net income in Taiwanese dollars means 83,000. That's the average income in Germany about all people. We have the material security, and we have also we have also some state benefits like the so-called maternity protection. I think most of the countries have this. For all women in paid employment, they get approximately 90% of their last income on the 6-week period before the birth and until 8 weeks after the birth, with financial assistance equaling the most recent net salary. It means in total we have 14 weeks for the women to get nearly the same income before becoming their children. In this period, in this election period, we also established so-called child sick days. That means parents with statutory health insurance can apply for 15 working days of child sick pay each year for each child covered under statutory health insurance. So they have 15 days off, additional to their normal holidays, to take care when the child are getting ill. And for lone parents covered by statutory health insurance, this figure amounts to 30 days. And during these child sick days, they get paid generally amounts to 90% of their lost net earnings. And the last and maybe the most important benefit we have is the parental allowance. We were talking about it here in the morning session. Parents are jointly eligible for a total of 14 months of parental allowance if both parents are raising the child and so lose out on income. They can decide how to split those months between them. Either parent can take at least 2 and not more than 12 months for themselves, so in totally 14 months. They get a benefit rate of 65% of the current income, and we have a maximum here with €1,800. The provisions on parental allowance are complemented by provisions on leave from work, known as parental leave. The rights and obligations from the employment contract are suspended for a period up to 3 years, but not longer than when the child reaches the age of 8. And very important, during this time, the employee does not have to work and also does not have any entitlement to remuneration. The parental has the right to come back to the same workplace with the same salary. After this parental leave, they have the right to come back to their former job and cannot, from the income here, to let down to earn the same money as before getting the child. Let me now come to a very important thing, the quality childcare. And what we are doing when the child are born to bring them in the best possible quality. The Federal Republic of Germany is a federal republic with 16 states. Most of you know it maybe. And the exercise of state power is divided between the federal and Länder governments by the constitution. And in Germany, the federal, the so-called Länder, and the local authorities share responsibility for child daycare. It's not the federal state that are doing the states. In 2022, the public sector spends 40.5 billion euros on child daycare. The states, the Länder, and the local authorities each contribute roughly half on this amount. Half of the Länder and half of the local authorities. And the topic of child daycare, look at this chart, this is extended from 1996 to now. And it's a long process. There had been a legal entitlement for children from the age of 3 since 1996, and now we are in 2024, and since 2021, we have the right by law that every children from 1 year old gets a place in a child daycare, or we say in Germany, in a kindergarten or a kindergarten. Since 2008, the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs has introduced 5 childcare financing investment programs with more than 5.4 billion euros in total, which has been used to create more than 750,000 additional places for children up to the age of school entry. And now we have the 5th childcare financing, so in total we will spend about 1 billion euros for the demand-oriented expansion of 90,000 additional childcare cases. One very important part of family policy is to serve equal opportunities for all children, state support. Not all families are able to provide for themselves. A family of 3 in Germany needs roughly around 4,000 euros per month to get by. And so we provide different cash benefits to help families with no or with low income bear the cost related to having children. These include citizens benefit. It's like a social welfare system, and the social welfare benefit for families that are unable to provide for themselves through income or assets of their own. Rates up to 470 euros per month and child. We have a child supplement that can amount to just under 300 euros per child and month. This is a financial subsidy for families with an income that is not enough or just barely enough to provide for the whole family. And we have a housing allowance which gets paid for supporting when the rents where they are living are too high. Okay, so I will come to my end, and just want to say that we have now at the moment a so-called National Action Plan, New Opportunities for Children in Germany. This is a program by the European Union. The aim is to give all children and adolescents affected by poverty and social exclusion better access to daycare, education, health, nutrition and housing by 2030. So this is a program which will last for in total 6 years, and it will also go by the election periods. We have some programs for lone parents. They receive targeted support by tax law, by social welfare law, and an advanced child maintenance payment. As said, lone parents are a big challenge in Germany, and so we have these special programs for lone parents to make their situation as suitable as it's possible. Short outlook. Significant future plans for policies for families for the next years, for the next decade. Continue to improve framework conditions for equal task sharing, for a better work-family life balance, maybe most important. Better support for lone parents and separate parents, and complete modernization of the welfare state through digitalization. So our aim is to apply for the subsidies and to apply for the allowance should be possible completely digital, that nobody has to go to an office to fill an application form, that everything should be as digital as possible. So that's my short overview about German family policy. I thank you very much for listening. For more information, go to our website. We have everything also in English there. And I'm looking forward for the panel after the following speakers. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mark Nennen, for your, I would say, wonderful presentation. And Mr. Nennen has I think analyze this topic from four dimensions. The first one is, of course, money, and then time, and then child service, and the last but not the least is equity. I think the fourth dimension is very, very important. Vielen Dank für Ihr ausgezeichneten Vortrag. Thank you very much for your stimulating presentation. Thank you. Now let's switch to the second paper presented by Professor Wang Shuyun, and her topic is about challenges and policy roadmap of quality ECEC in digitalization age. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was a great honor to be invited here. Since we have a lot of delegates from Western countries, and the panel section is public childcare policy on Western countries. In this panel, we have delegates from Canada and from Germany. So actually, I dare not to say that I'm an expert on Western countries. But I just gave a very simple overview of what's happening and the challenging and policy roadmap of quality ECEC in digitalization age. And I hope that in the QA section, there won't be any question ask me about what's happening or what's the reason for what's happening. Okay, now let's take a look at, as we hear in the morning, there is a clear trend of long-term decline in fertility rate in OECD countries. And we see that the average for TFR fell to just 1.5 in year 2021. The lowest fertility rate went hand in hand with the later births, and we can clearly see that in the morning. Among the OECD countries, we can see that the year 40 years ago in 1981, actually the fertility rate is comparatively high. But when year passed by, we can see that in 2 years ago, the lowest rate was in Italy and Spain with 1.2, and Korea is lower than 1 point, and Taiwan is also 1 point. And the highest is in France with 1.8 children. So this is the fertility rate decline. In the morning, we also hear a lot about factors that affect fertility choices and strategy. So my presentation is not about how to increase fertility. Rather, I will focus on one of the positive influence, which is the public childcare policy, especially the high quality of public ECEC. Let's start with the EU recommendation. The European Pillar of Social Rights states that all children have the right to affordable ECEC of good quality. This is in line with SDG 4.2, that all girls and boys should have access to quality ECEC by 2030. And both policymakers and researchers recognize the importance of the role of ECEC can play in promoting learning, well-being, and development of all children. Participation in ECEC is beneficial for all children and especially for disadvantaged children. It helps by preventing the formation of early skill gap to fight inequality and poverty. So the EU Quality Framework for ECEC is a report of working group on ECEC under the auspice of the EU. It was the first statement from experts of 25 European countries. This statement is based on 5 dimensions, that is access, workforce, funding, curriculum, and monitoring and evaluation. So the following, I will talk a little bit what it is happening on these 5 dimensions. First of all, it's about access. The EU especially focused that access, the provision is available and affordable to all families and their children. The provision that encourage participation, strengthen social inclusion and diversity. And in terms of workforce, we should have well-qualified staff with pre- and in-service training that enable them to fulfill professional role. In addition to that, we should have supporting work condition. And the third one is about funding. So now let's take a look at what is happening in the OECD countries in terms of assets. On average, 36 of 0 to 2 were enrolled in ECEC in 2020. And in the Netherlands, almost 70% of 0 to 2 are enrolled in formal ECEC. It is the highest participation rate in the OECD. However, mothers often work part-time when their children go to the child care for just 1 to 2 days per week only. And Nordic countries typically aim to facilitate full-time labor market participation of both parents, so they have the high enrollment rate from early stage. Enrollment rate is also lower in Italy, Greece, Austria, where parental leave lasts longer and maternal and informal care is prevalent, and the public investment is limited. Now let's take a look at the ECEC enrollment is actually lower among children in lower income households. In many OECD countries, there is a significant gap in childcare use across income groups, particularly among children under the age 3. Here is the enrollment rate of high-income one. And the low-income families are much less likely to go to ECEC. As ECEC is positive associated with child outcomes such as development, well-being, and reduced poverty, this can perpetuate socioeconomic inequality in countries with a substantial gap. So children from lower income may be more likely to miss out later in life. In Switzerland, we can see that Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, the difference is quite small. However, in Belgium, France, and Switzerland, the difference is quite big. In Switzerland, high childcare costs contribute to the large gap. And in France, the main issue is the shortage of public supply, as higher income neighborhoods have higher supply than lower income neighborhoods. So there is a huge difference across different countries and across the income family. Now let's take a look at the funding. We know that sustained public financial support is critical for quality of ECEC. Appropriate funding helps to recruit and train qualified staff, as well as ensure ongoing professional development. Investment in facilities and materials also help support the environment for well-being and learning. If the costs of ECEC is not sufficiently subsidized, affordability will greatly influence participation in ECEC, and there is a risk that children from disadvantage are excluded. For many countries, affordability remains a key issue and can critically dampen the incentive to work for second earners, and majority of them are mothers. So now let's take a look at the public spending on ECEC as percentage of GDP. And this is what's happening in 1980. We can see that only Sweden, Denmark, and Finland is more than 1% of GDP. But when years pass by, we can see that the public spending on ECEC range from a minimum expenditure of 0.28 of GDP in Canada to a maximum of around 2% in Iceland, followed by Sweden, Norway, and average is 0.8 of GDP across OECD countries in 2019. So the expenditure on per child actually increased by 3% per year across OECD countries between the past 5 years. And then here is the distribution of public and private expenditure on ECEC. The OECD education database show that more than 80% of the total expenditure on pre-primary education are public fund across OECD countries. In Japan, the public funding represents only half of the total expenditure for ECEC. So also there are a lot of difference across OECD countries. Now let's take a look at the out-of-pocket childcare costs for two-child family as percentage of average wage by family type. Here is the map. That is, because out-of-pocket costs can be an important barrier to enrollment, particularly for the low-income family. On average, a double income with two children pay about 10% of average wage as OECD average, but it can reach 30% in New Zealand. And also the UK is comparatively high in the New Zealand and UK. The working single parents, for the single parents, they only pay 60% of average wage, but we can see that it is quite high for the United States. So we can see that out-of-pocket childcare costs is also very important for the enrollment rate and also for the funding. Okay. Now let's go to the workforce. As we know that the workforce play a fundamental role in ensure the quality of ECEC provision. The OECD Starting Strong Teaching and Learning International Survey, we call it TALIS. It is first international survey that focuses on the workforce in ECEC from 9 countries, and this is an important report. There is 3 policy levers to build and retain a high quality of ECEC workforce. The first one is skill development, and the second one is working condition, and the final one is the leadership and management. And there are some subtitles in every dimension. So now let's take a look at first about the workforce composition of ECEC staff. Understanding who works in ECEC is a major contribution of TALIS, the major contribution of this data set. As ECEC is a rapidly growing area for government investment, few countries have regularly update comprehensive information on ECEC's workforce, but actually it is quite important. And across the country, we know that the greatest share of staff is between age 30 and age 49. So we can see from the chart, Korea and Turkey depart from other countries with the larger share under 13. So they have much younger generation for the ECEC staff and a smaller share of staff above age 15. In terms of the gender composition, majority of the staff are female, as we all know. But a Nordic country, and so here is the share of male teacher among ECEC in year 2013. And we can see that only Netherlands and France, only Netherlands is actually above 10%. But 10 years pass by, we can see that Nordic countries have the highest rate of male staff. However, even in these cases, they are fewer than 50% are male. And a lot of scholars have argued that children's understanding of gender is broadened when they are able to observe a variety of gender expression both within and between genders. So having more men in the ECEC workforce could help to challenge and dominate discourse about masculinity regarding the participation of men in young children's life. So change the gender composition is also an important issue in ECEC workforce. Now let's take a look at the labor market security, that is contract status and working hours. ECEC staff has lower rate of full-time and permanent employment compared to other labor force. TELUS data show that full-time position being most common in Germany and least common, being most common in Korea and least common in Germany. And a majority of ECEC staff have permanent contract, with the exception of Korea, where the fixed-term contract are most common in Korea. So this lower labor market security can make it difficult to attract new staff or retain existing staff. Now let's take a look at the earning quality. That is the annual teacher's salary in public institution. Staff in ECEC tend to earn less than workers in other fields with comparable level of education, and several countries have compressed wage scale, while other countries show more opportunity for scale growth across the career. Looking at the ECEC salary at different points in career gives us an overview of potential career incentive offered to ECEC staff. We can see that the average starting salary is US dollars 34,000 and rise to US dollars to $57,000 at the tip of the scale. So we can see that the maximum salary are at least double the starting salary in Korea, in Netherlands, and Luxembourg. So we can see that earning quality is also important in terms of ECEC for them to stay or for them to leave. Now let's go to the staff source of work-related stress. This all data coming from the TELUS data. They ask the workers to respond. And this is 5 top. So the first one is we a lack of resources and too many children in classroom, too much documentation work, too much administrative work, and managed classroom, playground, or group behavior. This is the staff source of work-related stress. Also, for ECEC leaders, they also have a different source of work-related stress. The first one is having too much administration work. Second one is keep up with changing requirements from authority. Third one is lack of resources. Fourth is having extra duty due to absent staff. Final one is the lack of staff to carry out work. And then the barriers to participation in professional development. The first one is I don't have the prescription. The second one is lack of employer support. The third one is no relevant professional development courses offered. The fourth one is no time due to family responsibility. And the final one is that I don't have the incentive to participate. In addition to accessibility, affordability, and now the quality of ECEC actually go to dimensions of diversity in ECEC. The first one is socio-economic disadvantage. And the second one is the refugee status. As the representative of Germany told us, the refugee status is also an important dimension of diversity. And the third one is that there's different language, especially in the European country. And the final one is the special education needs. So we can see that the different countries actually tackle different dimensions of diversity in ECEC. So now let's take a look at the final section about the challenge and policy role for ECEC in a digital age. There are 5 key challenges for ECEC in a digital age. The first one is we have to protect children against digital risk. And the second one, we have to reduce digital divide between income families. And the third one is we have to developing children's early digital literacy. The fourth one is we have to enhance quality interaction with parents and with children and with family. The final one is that we have to provide supporting work process and quality assurance for the staff to develop the skill. So in terms of different key challenge, different countries actually develop different policies. So this one talk about which country have a set of policy to address a particularly challenge. And we can see that every country can learn from this. So the protecting young children against digital risk, there are a lot of countries focus on that. But for supporting work process and quality assurance, there are only few countries, especially Nordic countries, of investment on the workforce to prepare them in digital life. Now let's take a look at what country active in particular policy level. The first one is the guideline and regulation to talk about how to protect children in the digital life or how to prepare the teachers. And the second one is curriculum and framework. So the Canada, Germany all belongs to here. They propose some policy to do this. And the third one is workforce development. There are a lot of countries doing that. And the final three policy is the family and community engagement, monitoring and data. And finally is funding and digital infrastructure. So here are my presentation about the ECEC, quality ECEC countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang Shuyun. She has demonstrated the comparative ECEC policy in terms of access, workforce, and funding, particularly in digitalization age. Thank you very much for your stimulating presentation. Now let's shift into the third presentation presented by Mrs. Dr. Margot Greenwood. And her topic is about the evolution of early learning and childcare in Canada through an indigenous perspective. Please, thank you.
This one is for the next page, and this one is for the last page, and this one is lazy.
This one?
Lazy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Tansei. I first want to begin by thanking the Minister of Health and Welfare and the Ministry, its officials and staff, for inviting me to Taiwan and for the opportunity to speak at this very important forum. So thank you, Miigwech. Hi. I want to also acknowledge the ancestors and indigenous peoples of these lands. And thank them for allowing me to be here. Kisikwachi Esquayo, Nitsigetsun, I'm Nihio from Treaty 6 territory in what is now known as Central Alberta. I am a Cree person from Canada. I'm going to speak today about the evolution of early learning and childcare in Canada, but from an Indigenous perspective. So I don't have a lot of numbers, but I have a story for you. And I think the story is a colonial story of hope and of resilience. And so before I start, I want to share a slide with you about who are we talking about? Who are the Indigenous people of Canada? So you can see that we have three groups there that are constitutionally recognized: First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. There are approximately 1,800,000 Indigenous people in Canada, which makes up about 5% of the entire population. We use the word Indigenous as a collective term to refer to all three of these groups. But don't be fooled by just three groups. within each of those groups are great diversity. For example, there are over 600 First Nations in Canada. We have 57 distinct languages, and that doesn't count all of the dialectal differences that occur amongst the languages as well. We have over 55 Inuit settlements and many, many communities, Métis communities across the country. These folks, these Indigenous people, we are the original inhabitants of the land that we now refer to as Canada. The road or journey to formalized early learning and childcare for Indigenous peoples in Canada is long and complicated. It's a collective tale. We didn't journey this one alone. One that is entwined with the settlers of Canada, and one that forms the context from which these formalized early learning and childcare programs emerged. The story has two truths from my perspective. First, we have the inherent right to care for our children. And second, children and their care is political. Indigenous early learning and childcare is situated within a larger Canadian perspective and narrative. It's a story that begins with some tragedy that has resulted in long and seemingly unending journey toward self-determination and reconciliation. So in the next few slides, it's really a chronology of some of the policies, the social political policies that have impacted Indigenous people as we move towards self-determination and as we move toward formalized early learning and childcare programs and services. So here we go. Canada is a colonial country. We were colonized first by the French and the British. In answer to the question, where have we been in early learning and childcare, we must first look at colonial assimilation policies that played out through residential schools and the settlements of Canada itself. After Confederation, and I'm going to do some skipping on the top of the pond here because this is a very complex history, but I only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to do my best for you. Following Confederation, the British North America Act, which we now refer to as the Constitution Act of 1867, gave the federal government authority over Indians and lands reserved for Indians. So sometimes you'll hear me use some of those terms. You heard me use Indigenous, First Nations, Inuit, Métis, Indians. There are many terms, and I use some of these terms because they're from the original documents. I would not use that term today in my discourse. So we had that. In 1876, following the Constitution, the federal government passed the Indian Act. And that Indian Act still exists today. It governs all aspects of First Nations people's lives in Canada and continues to exist. In 1879, so just 3 years later, there was a report done by a fellow named Nicholas Davin, and it laid out the foundations for the Indian residential school system of colonial Canada. And it called upon the government to work with various churches to use existing schools for carrying out the colonial agenda of isolating and assimilating the children of Indians and half-breeds. This policy struck at the very heart of our families and communities and sought to erase Indigenous people and their families and communities. Eventually, from this policy, in these early years, Indian residential schools grew to 139 schools over 100 years. So we had the residential schools for 100 years. They were a partnership between the federal government, Roman Catholic, Anglican, United, and Presbyterian churches. Many of our children were taken as young as 3 years old and never came home until they were 16. They were not allowed to speak their language, and they were taught a different way. So oftentimes when children came home, they didn't know really, am I in this community or am I in this community? It was extraordinarily difficult and a very dark part of our history for many generations. In 1922, there was actually a review by a chief medical health officer, Bryce, and he published, his document was called The Story of a National Crime, and he actually documented some of the atrocities of these schools, including high mortality rates, but there was no action taken. It wasn't until much, much later that any action was taken around these schools. I'm going to fast forward now. We're going to take a big leap from the 1800s and the 1920s, 30s, and 40s right into the 1960s, where we saw a great rise of civil rights around the world, and a heightened awareness of injustices that many Indigenous people in Canada experienced. And in fact, in 1969, our Prime Minister, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, not the one today, but his father, produced what was called the White Paper. And what it was to do was he was using the concept of just society. And what the federal government proposed was to abolish the Indian Act of 1869. Let's get rid of the Indian Act, terminate the treaties that Indigenous people had signed with Canada, and eliminate the legal distinctions between Indians and non-Indians. First Nations pushed back on that and said no. And it really was an impetus for them to mobilize politically, because until then they hadn't come together nationally. And we saw a mobilization of First Nations. All of those nations from across the country came together and said no. And they wrote a book called The Unjust Society by Harold Cardinal. And here's a quote from that. In spite of all government attempts to convince Indians to accept the White Paper, their efforts will fail because Indians understand that the path outlined by the Department of Indian Affairs leads directly to cultural genocide. We will not walk this path. So the people stood up and said, no, we're not going to do this. We don't agree. And a year later, that policy was withdrawn. Here's a watershed moment that happened in the late 60s as well, and it was the Status of Women of Canada report, and it really did start in Canada, the whole look at childcare, and universal childcare, if you will, for all Canadians. It had 169 recommendations, and it was the first time that we started to talk about we need childcare in Canada for all of our families. And it included in their statements around Indigenous people as well. So the recommendations were intended for all families. Following this report in the 70s and 80s, there was a lot of recognition of the need and a lot of attempts, but not many of them stuck. There was also a new debate that was happening in the 70s and 80s, and here it is. It was the patriation of the Constitution to Canada. It was, and it was during this repatriation that, again, you saw Indigenous peoples of Canada mobilize to ensure that the new document would recognize and protect their inherent rights. More importantly, however, it was argued that these rights were not to be granted by the federal government, but their rights existed on these lands long before Canada came to be and should therefore be recognized and affirmed. That action by Indigenous people in those early 80s paid off. Section 35 was included in the Canadian Constitution. This section states that, and I quote, "The existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed." This Section 35 really gives a touchstone, one of the touchstones, and I'll talk about a couple more here in a moment, but it gives some power, if you will, to Indigenous people because their rights are recognized and affirmed. So they can't be left out. So here we go. In the 80s, during the 80s, there was also organizations that started to emerge, and they weren't Indigenous specific. There was the Child Care Advocacy Association of Canada, the Canadian Child Care Federation. All of these organizations were really promoting child care. We used to call it child daycare in those days, and the names have emerged many times. And it was the 90s was really marked in Canada by a real shortage of spaces. There just simply wasn't enough child care for families and the demand that families needed to be met. It was during these mid-90s, there was daycare in the mainstream of society, but not on reserve. So it wasn't until the mid-90s that Indigenous people who lived in First Nations communities actually got child care. And so we saw the emergence of three major programs, the First Nations Inuit Child Care Initiative, and there was two Aboriginal Head Start programs, one that served urban and northern communities and one that served First Nations communities. Those were huge. Those were national programs. We had never had anything like this before the mid-90s. It was a very exciting time for us. And the momentum continued. The federal government started to think about bilateral agreements with provinces and territories so that we could have childcare across the country for everybody. But with changes of government, those did not come to fruition at that time. Also during this time, I think it's really important to mention here that we had UNDRIP. Now, Canada was not a signatory originally on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It wasn't until much later, in 2016, that we actually accepted UNDRIP in Canada. And then in 2021, the Parliament adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into legislation, and so we have an UNDRIP Act since 1921. So there again, another tool for Indigenous people to use in their striving for self-determination and also early learning and childcare programs. And it affirmed the rights of Indigenous people to be self-determining. And that's a really important piece for us. At the same time, and now I reach back to the original slide on residential school. Residential schools, as I said, occurred for over 100 years in Canada. And 150,000 children went through those schools. So there was a commission called the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2008 that was established because people wanted, if we're going to reconcile, and we hear the word reconciliation a lot, especially at home, if we're going to reconcile our relationships, then it came with truth first, truth and reconciliation. And so we had to go back and look at those dark years of our history. And in 2015, the Commission released its final report stating that Canada's residential school system for Aboriginal children was an education system in name only for much of its existence. These residential schools were created for the purpose of separating Aboriginal children from their families in order to minimize and weaken family ties and cultural linkages and to indoctrinate children into a new culture. So, thank you. I better get moving. So let's get to early learning and childcare. So in 2015, we had a change in government, and the Liberal government committed to meeting with provinces and territories and Indigenous communities to begin work on a national early learning and childcare framework to deliver affordable, high-quality, flexible, and fully inclusive childcare for all Canadian families. So here we are. We are included with the provinces and territories. We're included as Indigenous people. And we have this exciting new momentum and action. The 2017 budget, following this announcement, made an investment of $7.5 billion over 10 years to support the development of a national framework. So we had to develop a framework first. And the budget also announced the creation of a distinct Indigenous framework on early learning and childcare. So what happened in Canada is there's two frameworks that make one. This is the Indigenous early learning and childcare framework, and then there's another one. Because Indigenous people have distinct rights and distinct ways, so you have two documents that sit together. I'm just going to share a couple pieces out of the Indigenous early learning and childcare framework, and I'll move along here because I know I'm fast. That's an Inuit child, in case you're wondering. So the First Nations, you can see there, and this was derived from consultations and conversations with Indigenous people in Canada from coast to coast to coast. And it's their words that you see here, and I'm not going to read them for you. I'm sure you can do that yourselves. But strong partnerships, concepts of holistic, accessible, flexible programs, all the kinds of things that I heard in the previous presentations, they are all in here. Here's some of the principles which I think are really important, especially for Indigenous people. Indigenous knowledges, languages, cultures, our own ways of knowing and being. Self-determination, quality, child and family centered. I'm going to wrap up here because she's giving me the sign. This slide is about more commitment in the budget. We have now investments totaling up to $30 billion for early learning and childcare. That's for Indigenous and all Canadians. And my last slide is that just recently, in 2022, we now have a bill, C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. So it's a very exciting time, a long journey we have come to get to this place. Thank you for listening. Hi, miigwech.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dr. Greenwood, for your, I would say, very touching and very wonderful presentation to share with us about your experience in Canada, addressing the early learning and childcare in Canada. And I've learned very much from you, particularly when you talk about how to respect the culture, background, and the knowledge. And we should develop more culture sensitivity toward the indigenous people. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now let's move to the last but not the least paper presented by my colleague, Mrs. Zhang Meimei, the Deputy Director General of Social and Family Affairs. And her topic, she will talk about public and contracted child care policy in Taiwan. Welcome, Mrs. Zhang Meimei, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Zhang Meimei. Today, I would like to share Taiwan's approach to public and subsidizing child care policy. Here is an overview of my presentation. Please look at this graph. Taiwan's total fertility rate has stayed below 1 point since 2004, with the exception of 2012, the year of the dragon, a symbol of good fortune in our culture. So you can see a slight increase to 1.265 that year, but it has since dropped to 0.87 in 2023. In 1980, Taiwan had approximately 400,000 newborns annually. By 2014, this dropped to 200,000, and last year, there was only 138,000 births. As we mentioned this morning, the declining fertility rate is a major challenge, not only in Taiwan, but globally. In Taiwan, factors influence birth rate include economic pressure, insufficient support for child care service, unable to balance work and life, and delayed marriage. In 2023, the average age for women marriage and having their first child was 7 years later than in 1976. Additionally, more people are choosing not to marry or have children, posing a significant challenge. The government aims to share the responsibility of child care with parents. Official data from 26 show the child care expensive for children under 3 accounted for 10 to 20% for the average householding disposable income, with family child care and private nursery costing more than public option. Then I will tell you the Ministry of Education handles personal school education for children aged 2 to 6 years old, while the Ministry of Health and Welfare oversees necessary for children under 2 and the family child care provider for children under 12. Today, I will focus on children service managed by the Ministry of Welfare. Our policies address economic burden, work-life balance challenge, and limited child care service. In 2024, President Lai Ching-te emphasized investing in family support to secure the future generation. Based on the policy goal, we have 5 main strategies. Let's go through each. Strategy 1, expanding public child care is our top priority. Central and local governments collaborate to identify suitable locations for nurseries, such as school and social housing. The central government provide funding, and local governments work with the private sector to deliver service and certificates. Disadvantaged families have priority access to nurseries. Stage 2, finding suitable nursery location is challenging, so local governments contract private nurseries and family child care provider. This provider must meet standards for quality and safety and comply with the Protection of Children and Youth Welfare and Rights Act. Parents using this contract service are eligible for child care subsidy. Stage 3, encourage companies and government agencies to provide child care service nearby. Allow parents to work with peace of mind, supporting family interaction. Stage 4, high-quality child care is essential. We conduct a background check on caregiver and family child care provider for criminal record in advance. All of them require 18 hours of training annually and mandate health check every 2 years. Nurseries are evaluated every 3 years with announcement inspection of family child care provider. Stage 5, to reduce the burden on parents, we remove means test for child care allowances in 2023. Subsiding will increase in general this year, aiming to lower child care expenses from 10 to 15% of disposable income to 5 to 10%. Let's go through outcomes. In September 2023, we provided 472 public-funded nonprofit organization nurseries with nearly 16,000 spots. By next year, we expect to offer at least 7,000 spots. Over 23,000 family child care providers and 1,045 private nurseries are contracted with local government, serving nearly 19,000 children and sharing child care responsibility with the government. Children cared for in public nonprofit organizations or contract private nursery receive subsidies. By September, nearly 70,000 children were subsidized, with additional subsidies for second and third and low-income families. By law, each caregiver may care for up to 5 children. We encourage a 1 to 4 caregiver to child ratio and offer financial support to necessary for hiring additional caregivers and improve caregiver wages. Annual funding is also provided for child care equipment. Okay, the rate of out-of-family care for children under 2 has grown from 12.33% in 2018 to 27.61% this year. 15.28% increase in 6 years. By September 200,000 children. Sorry. By September, 200,000 children under 2 were receiving child reading allowance, with additional allowance for second and third child. As shown in this chart, the fertility decline allowances also decrease. Our future vision, moving forward, we will continue to expand childcare capacity and contracting with private nursery. Our target is to achieve an out-of-family childcare rate to 36% by 2028. Thank you very much.
Zhang, would you please remain on the stage and join us later for the QA? All right. Thank you once again for our 4 speakers in this session. Thank you. And of course, we thank Director General Nellen for sharing with us the 4 very important factors of Germany's policy for families and also children: material security, time for the family, quality child care, and also equal opportunity for all children. 非常谢谢刚才4位讲者精彩的分享哦，包括了有我们德国的这个署长呢，跟我们分享到德国的家庭以及这个托育的政策呢，其实包括了4个非常重要的这个元素，包含了当然家中经济要稳定、时间以及高品质的托育，以及所有的孩童都能够享有公平的这个机会等等哦。And thank you very much for Professor Wang for sharing with us some of the challenges faced by the ECEC countries and also the policies launched by the countries, and for Ms. Greenwood for sharing with us an indigenous perspective into the early learning and also childcare in Canada, and of course, Deputy Director General Zhang for giving us a comprehensive overview on the child care policy in Taiwan. 那接下来呢，我们就要邀请我们场次的这个讲师以及我们的主持人回到舞台上。And now for the QA and also panel, we'd like to invite all of our speakers and also moderator back to the stage. We'd like to welcome once again the moderator, Deputy Minister Jenda Liu, and also Director General Mark Nellen. We'd also like to welcome Professor Shuyun Wang. We'd like to welcome Senator Margot Greenwood, and also Deputy Director General Mingming Zhang. Would you please join us on the stage? 我们有请我们场次的讲师回到舞台上。All right, and if you wish to raise questions later, please just raise your hand, use the mic at your seat, and let us know who you are. Thank you very much. And now over to our moderator, Deputy Minister Liu.
Okay, dear panelists and dear ladies and gentlemen, I think you have absolutely experienced one journey and one very systematic introduction or the international comparison of child care policy. Now it's open to the floor. So we have I think about 20 to 25 minutes, right? Okay, so we have I think to some degree plenty of time for sharing. So is anyone would like to have any question? Yeah. 如果你也可以用中文。
You're also welcome to raise your questions in English, in Chinese, because we are providing simultaneous translation services.
Do we have any questions from the audience?
Okay, yeah, so please. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Wang from feminist group of Taiwan, PWR Foundation, a guy in feminist group. So I found it very interesting that there seems many meaning behind the word public childcare. For example, for Canadian speaker, there's a very strong sense of identity, cultural identity behind your speech. And for German speaker, I heard that you used the word social rights behind your public childcare policy. But I found it very weird that for us, I'm from Taiwan, I think our sense, we only have a sense of money behind public childcare. I mean, sense of money means we give more money to the parents, we give more money to the workers, but we don't have we don't want to deliver any value or any sense of right or sense of identity through public childcare. I wonder why.
Yeah, thank you very much for your remarks. I just can, from the German point of view, maybe it's a European point of view. So when I'm talking about Germany, I will have to see the European Union, the European community. I think we are all walking in a similar direction. And I think it's a development. It's steps. It doesn't come from one day to another day. And so you're criticizing that in Taiwan you are just talking about money, just talking about budget, or just talking about the allowance. I would say allowance is very important. Without allowance, all the social rights cannot come to a focus. And I think that's the next step. I think the first step is to bring family in the financial situation to take care for your children, to take care for your living, to take care for your family. And if this is guaranteed, then you can make the next step. I think that would be my answer. But it's a development. And I think so. What I read about your country, what Taiwan, before this forum here, is I think Taiwan is, compared to other Asian countries, from your social development, very fast, and you are going forward. So I told in my lecture that you were the first Asian state with a marriage for all. I think that it's a big step to an open society, and I can just recommend to go step by step, forward by forward, and the things will develop like society is developing.
Thank you. Yes, I agree that that certainly funding is fundamental to any programs and services that we want to provide. However, I would also say that it's built on our values, and you have values. This is my first trip to Taiwan, so forgive me if I'm saying something wrong, but I have been treated so kindly and so well, and to me those are fundamental values. And those are part of all of it. Funding and policy doesn't exist by itself. It exists for the people, those that we are serving. Those values are inherent in those frameworks that we build, how we talk to the people, how we even know what numbers to put up, because we've talked to families, we've talked to people to know that. And I think that's really important. I come from a marginalized group, so I very much am very strong, but I also come from privilege. I recognize that as well. I have both. But I know how important it is when we have a value of diversity, how we make room for those voices, how we include those in any system, any funding system that we develop. Those strategies underlie the actions that we take. And sometimes we're not explicit about it. Sometimes we don't say it. but it is there. And I certainly have felt it in this welcoming country to me.
I speak Chinese. Okay. 我想其实在台湾
I think in Taiwan, the value is very important as well. However, the child care allowance and the child care subsidies are not sufficient. And that is why we mentioned that this balance, to striking that balance, these child care facilities are very important. And we're still focusing on enhancing these facilities. The facilities were insufficient in the past. We relied heavily on parents themselves taking care of their children. So if we want more people to rejoin the workforce, for example, female or moms, then these childcare facilities will become critical. And for the younger generation, as we've heard earlier, the younger generation face a lot of economic burdens. So that is why it's very important that we need to work on the facilities first.
So in Taiwan, we think of these values very important as well. And we are trying we're putting in efforts to provide support in terms of financial support. But we know that it's not enough yet. So it's our challenge to find a balance in between getting to know these values and putting in our actions. And currently, we still have many individual families that are taking care of their children, child cares that are done within the family. But in the perspective of the government, we are trying to find the space that we can do our role as the government.
Your question very quickly. Well, I think your question is about the basic social philosophy behind our child care policy. Now, I can tell you. You say the Taiwanese care about money. Yeah, that's true. There's a reason why we have such a fast economic growth. But I would like to say the President Lai Ching-te, before the election and now we have the idea, once again, about money but our terminology is social investment. It's social investment. And we would like to invest in women, but particularly in the children. But I as a political deputy minister, I recognize, as my colleague just elaborated, it's still not enough. But we try. I think from my perspective, it's much more about investment, right? Okay, and once again, and also very important is I would like to link this to enhance the child care facilities, and also the challenge link to the female labor market participation rate. I think now it's very important. Linkage is also the core of the so-called the social investment. And now I can report to all of you, in Taiwan, our female labor participation rate is notoriously low. We have only 51%. And compared to the, very OECD countries is about, I think, over 60. So our government is now committed until in the coming 4 years. We are committed to increase 4%. Until 55 is a political commitment. But now the instrument is to lower the care burden, particularly for the working mother. So, once again, so I think, at least from my perspective, is social investment and added social solidarity. So this is probably the guideline to which we are pursued. Okay, thank you.
I would give one example what politics can do, what measures we can do which don't cost any money. Yeah, that's important because we have all budget restrictions, and we have all to see how to manage with our budget. And I said in my lecture about the so-called parental leave we have in Germany. It means the right to, if you just interrupt your job to take care for your children, you have the right for 8 years. When the child is 8 years old, to come back in the same position. Your contract is safe, your salary is safe, your position is safe, and it's very important. That means trust. That the parents, the men and the women who interrupt their working space, that they can come back and that they have no disadvantages to educate children. And I think that's something that costs no money. It's just it's a law. It's a kind of a labor law. It's a rule you bring. But it's this one, the so-called parental leave, is for Germany very important.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please. So, anyone would like to raise a question? Oh, okay. So, please, Mr. Sunny Yun, please.
Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. Actually, I am not an expert in the area of the child care policy, but today I learned so many things. So my commenting question should go to the Professor Wang. So, as I understand, you are the expert in this area. So, as usual, in case of Korea, over the last decades, the expenditure of the ECC is remarkably increased, but the policy package is not so far not so good. So you are an expert in the ECC area. So I would like to ask. So can you give any kind of policy direction for improving the policy, at least in case of Korea? So, as I understand, our system is not so effective to attain the goal. So, can you give any kind of policy direction for improving our system? As an expert and also the observer in perspective of international standards.
I think Korean and Taiwan is actually always a sisterhood and brotherhood, because the fertility rates every year we compare as the last one. And I think in terms of ECEC, both Taiwan and Korean work progressively during the past few years. And in terms of accessibility or affordability, the government really invests a lot in terms of ECEC. But I think in addition to that, the gender role is quite important. And also the working environment. The gender role is not only within the family, it's not only the division labor within the family, but also in the labor market. I think in the labor market, our working hours is quite long, both in Korea and in Taiwan. So parents don't have time to go back home to cook or to eat with children. And both of country, we have very high expectation for children. So they have to go to the school after school until 8, until 9. So both parents and children are quite busy, not only during the Monday to Friday, but also Saturday or holiday. We have a lot of activities. I think this kind of working cultural or gender value also affect. I think in addition to the ECEC is quite important. But in addition to that, I think the gender, the stereotype of gender issue and the working issue is quite important. Yeah, and because for example, in Taiwan, I'm not sure in Korea, but in Taiwan, we now propose for the flexible parental leave, flexible parental leave reform. But it is not easy for the employer to say yes. Yeah. So I think this is one of the challenges for Taiwan, not only for the mothers, I think especially for fathers. Now, during the morning section, we can tell that fathers' involvement was also very important for the children. But if both Korean and Taiwan, the man has to stay in the office very late, and so they can have more money. I think this also have negative influence for both countries.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and One's response. Okay, thank you. Now, okay, so please, yeah.
Yes, hi, Dr. Doss and Lucia. My question, well, I have two questions. First of all, I understand a child is less than the age of 18, and I notice all the presenters, our policy is centered around the younger child. Coming from a developing state, a developing country, for us, as we go older, it costs a lot more to maintain a child because we don't have a university, we don't have a lot of infrastructure. So is there a reason that we stuck for the younger child? Do you have any specific reason? And secondly, from Mr. Nellen, you mentioned that there's some policies that don't cost much, but your same policy for the employers, it will cost them, what the example you gave. So just want to know if there are any suggestions for a developing state like ours. How do we try to bring up some of those policies? Because I agree, they're very important and they're needed, but for us it will cost quite a bit. So just some pointers that we could probably take back. Thanks.
First, your second question, you're completely right. When I said it doesn't cost money, I mean it doesn't cost the budget of the state, but for the economy, for the companies, of course. That's kind of a burden that the company have to keep this working place free when the people is coming back. So we have not very much time, but in Germany we have steps there depending on the size of the companies. So for bigger companies like the industry for 100 and more employees, it's much more easier to give the parental leave as for smaller companies. And we have exceptions from very small companies from 1 to 5 employees that they don't need to give it to 8 years, but just to 2 years. So you can make this in steps just for the smaller companies not to overcome them. And your first question was about why we are concentrating on the younger people. I think to give an answer to this question, I would say people up to under 6, it's very, very important to give a high quality childcare. You have to invest in a quality and that the parents have, let me say, a good feeling, a good consciousness that the children are in a good protection in the kindergarten or nursery or wherever else. And I can say from the German point of view, the allowance goes up to 18 years, when the child is 18 years, and even if the child is then going to university or doing another thing to learn, we can extend it up to 25 years. That's the maximum for the child allowance.
Thank you very much. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
In terms of why Taiwan focus especially on children under 6, I think part of the reason is because the children between 6 to 12, it is mandatory education in Taiwan. But before 6, it's actually voluntary in Taiwan. It's not mandatory. So we don't have the children's right to access to affordable or high quality child service until now. So because it is voluntary, so I think majority of the family or people in Taiwan will first think that it's family's responsibility. But because we have more and more women want to go out to work, and we want to provide, we want to encourage them to go to work. So we have to provide childcare service for that. And also for the, from children's perspective, we think that it is important to invest in the children under age 6. I think this is part of the reason why Taiwan now talk more about the children before 6.
所以就像我刚刚简
So exactly as I was presenting in my lecture, so for the education sector, we focused on the demographic group between 2 to 6 years old. And for our ministry, we provide services for children between 0 to 2 years old.
Education is trying to increase more of the facilities for the age of 2 to 6, and in our welfare ministry, we are trying to increase more resources for 0 to 2 year old.
Is any question? Okay, so please.
Thank you very much. I'm from Japan, Nagasaki University, and we have been struggling the same issue since more than 30 years ago. And then it's from this morning, I really, it was very interesting discussion. And I have one question from different point of view. Since public child care policy is developing and established, then how about the workers and professionals, like caregivers in working in the health, nursery or preschool, kindergarten, or even primary schools? There are bigger expectations from the family, parents, and also the society. And the role of the caregiver becomes bigger, and responsibility becomes bigger. And for example, in Taiwan, younger people, young generation want to be a caregiver in the nursery or teachers in the preschools, because we have a similar, we have a problem in Japan. And working condition and professional development, the nursery professionals and also the secondary or primary school teachers are the big issue. So I just want to know if you can share the situation in Taiwan or maybe in Germany or in Canada. Yeah, thank you very much.
I think very short. So you're right. We have a lot of need of, let me say, care leaver for people working in the nurseries, for primary school teachers. And that's in Germany, it's a serious problem because we don't have enough, let me say, skilled workers, skilled personnel who can do these jobs. And one strategy we are now trying to force in our politics is at the moment, lots of refugees are coming to Germany, especially from the Ukraine because of the Russian invasion, but also coming from Syria, from the Arab states, which are applying for asylum in Germany. And we are trying to bring them in these jobs, but one of the main challenges is the language. For the Ukrainian people, it's much more easier. They learn German very fast. For the refugees from the Arab states, it's more difficult. But that's maybe one answer of the question, just to solve these problems with immigration. And so Germany is an immigration country at the moment. Lots of people are coming to us, and we have to force it to a qualified immigration.
I think your question is really an important one. It's one that we certainly face in Canada. There has been many reports done over the years around wages and working conditions for early childhood caregivers. There is a real lack of recognition of what they do. And so when they're compared to, say, a teacher that's in the compulsory education system, it's not the same. And yet the work is equally important. And we also have substantially lower wages for people working. And so then people don't want to work, don't want to take early childhood because for minimum wage or just a little bit more is all you're going to make, and the work is so important. So anytime I think we're building a system, then we need to really take that into account. And how do we raise up that recognition of the important work that they're doing?
Well, here in Taiwan, we have three main sources for childcare staff. Probably they graduated from relevant department of the college. And also, the second source is they have received training for 136 hours. And the third source is people who have been certified. We have the same problem, because they tend to be underpaid. Therefore, our government is trying to provide more subsidies. As long as you sign a contract with our government, then we can provide salary subsidy so that we can recruit more people to serve in this industry.
Also suffering the same issue of lack of resource for these nursery teachers. There are three channels where we bring in these teachers. Number one being the graduates of related majors, and number two where these personnels, they take training for over 126 hours, they can become nursery teachers. And then the last way they become teacher is where they take a professional test for the certificate, and they can become these teachers. And we are also suffering the same issue as Canada because the wages are very low for these teachers. So that's why we're trying to give support in terms of financial aid to make the gap smaller for them to feel that it's enough to work as a teacher.
I totally agree that the workforce is quite important, especially if we want to the high quality of ECEC, the working law or working hours or the salary. It all has some influence about whether they will stay. And if there is some turnover rate, it is not good for the children. So I think in addition to that, we don't have enough nurseries or early child care teachers. In addition to that, I think the high turnover rate is also not good for the children. And I think recognition for the caregiver is quite important. I think not only in ECEC, but also in long-term care, in different kind of care job, it's majority of work done by the women. So I think it's also a feminist issue. Or in addition to that, I think the labor union is also important. So I'm not sure, maybe in Europe, they come together as a labor union. A Nordic country, they join the labor union so that their salary or their working condition can improve. I think this is also another alternative.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid I have to stop now. Thank you very much for the panelists. I would say very, very stimulating response and your wonderful presentation. And also thanks so much for your active participation. Okay, now we can stop and have a coffee for free refreshing, okay? Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before that, can I have Deputy Minister Liu come to the front and to present certificates of appreciation to our speakers here in this session, all right? Okay, so firstly to Director General Mark Nellen. Yes? Thank you so much for your valuable inputs in this session. Thank you. Let's have a photo. All right, next to Professor Shu-Yun Wang. and Senator Margo Greenwood. 我们致赠感谢状给这个场次的4位主讲人。And Deputy Director General Mei Mei Zhang. And we also got some Taiwanese tea, and we also like to present to our speakers here. And yes, okay, can I have you 3? Yes. 那同时，社家署，我们卫福部社家署也有特别准备茶叶要致赠给我们的这个讲师。Yes.
No, please. This is well, our director would like to to pass the gift for you, please.
Yes, the gift from the Family and Social Affairs Administration, Ministry of Health and Welfare. Professor Wang. And can I have all 5 of you have one last photo on the stage? Yes. 我们最后再一张合照好吗？有请。Okay. Yes.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you once again for our speakers. Thank you. And now we are going to take a coffee break, and we have refreshments ready outside. Please help yourselves. We're sorry, probably can only do 10 minutes break, and we'll be back by 3:10. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，接下来呢，我们稍微休息一下。我们场外备有茶点以及饮料，我们休息到3点10分。3点10分呢，请各位贵宾继续回到会场。We'll be back by 3:10 for plenary session 3. Thank you.
音是什么？啊，好 ，OK。
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And very soon we come to the last plenary session of the forum, National Global Health Strategies. 那接下来呢，我们第3场的主场会议要聚焦的就是国家级的全球卫生策略。And now I'm going to bring your moderator to the stage. You all know her very well, Professor Bettina Borish. Please give her a big welcome to the stage. Executive Director of World Federation of Public Health Associations. 接下来呢，我们就把时间交给主持人，有请。
So, last day of the anniversary, 20 years of anniversary. Thank you for inviting all of us to your 20th anniversary. All those behind the Global Forum, all those who make it happen, all those there behind the scenes, all the catechees and the others. Thank you for giving us the possibility to be here at your 20th anniversary of Global Health Forum, Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan. And happy more years, as we usually say, for birthdays. Happy more, let's say 20 years. That's something I can calculate. Makes 40 years altogether. So thank you, first of all, for this. Now I have the duty and the honor to chair the last session of a very nice and happy anniversary forum. So I asked myself, with a topic like national global health strategies, what qualifies me as a moderator for such a topic? Well, I thought it may be that because I come from Switzerland and we had the first national global health strategy, that may be a reason, could be. Maybe that I'm based in Geneva. And Geneva, as our mayor says, is not only the global health capital, look at that, global health capital, but also the home to numerous and the most important humanitarian organizations, such as Red Cross and others. Maybe also that personally, I have been following the update of the international health regulations. But while we are sitting here, you know, in Geneva, back in Geneva, my team is now following the INB 12 on the pandemic treaty. So maybe it's also my involvement into global health policy. I don't know. But I think, and that is very serious, probably also because we all here have to hold up multilateralism in times where very important powers want to weaken multilateral organization. And I think a forum like this, where people from Belize to Canada to, I can go through the alphabet, meet and think about our common interests, is probably something enforcing multilateralism. And I really believe in multilateralism. So I mentioned that national global public health strategies started to appear in the beginning of this century. Yes, Switzerland was among the first, and Elena Cookbush, my friend and colleague, was quite behind writing this strategy at the BAG, our Federal Office for Public Health. Unfortunately, today, she cannot be with us, but I think what we are going to discuss is quite in her spirit, because she has been not only instrumental behind the Swiss one, but also behind other national global health strategies. So In the Swiss National Health Strategy, there is 1, 2, 4, 5 points that are important. And number 5 is global health governance. And that is what's going on in Geneva as of today, and again when people meet from the 194 member countries and hopefully one day 195 with Taiwan. I am very glad to be the animateur, we would say in French, animateur, gentil animateur of this session, because we will go through the world, as I said. We will go from Japan to Thailand to Taiwan, then we will jump continents and go to Canada, and from Canada again we will jump continents and go to Europe. So that's why I'm going to start to call on the first presenter to know more about a national global health strategy from Japan. I have the honor to call on Professor Noriko Fujita. She just recently, in 23, moved to Nagasaki University and wants to share with the young generation all her knowledge about global health. But today, she will share her knowledge with us. Welcome on stage. Thank you.
What's wrong?
简报. Give them 10 seconds. Yes.
Yeah, but this. Oh yeah.
好，帮我们回到第一页哦。Back to the first page. Okay.
Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my experience about how Japanese government developed the global health strategy in 2022. So today I just would like to share first overview of the Japan's ODA, and secondly the process of the developing strategies in 2022. So this is the history of Japan's ODA, and as you know that the war, Second World War ended in 1945, and Japanese government started for being a member of the international community and to be involved in the international health development or global health activities since 1954. At that time, we are still struggling to recovery from the war, and still we receive some like humanitarian aid or development aid from European countries, USA, and other countries, UN agencies as well. And we started the ODA as a part of our responsibility to be a member of the international community. And in 1994, joined the Colombo Plan and Technical Cooperation. And also what is maybe what I can say is that ODA loan started in 1954, but we also funded a cooperation agency called JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. I think most of you might know. And also, we have started the volunteer system to send Japanese people to work as a volunteer in foreign abroad to have a field experience. And then started grant aid, and This is the age from 54 to around 80s. This is the stage of expansion and diversification of our ODAs. And after that, in 90s, Japan, because of the political stability and the economic growth, and we are lucky to be one of the top donors in the international community in 90s. But after that, in 2000, the new development challenges from MDGs and also right now SDGs. So we also we should adapt. We have to adapt the situation and for the challenges for the 21st century. So this is the characteristics of Japan's ODA. And as I have working in the previous organization, it's a National Center of Global Health and Medicine. This is an implementation agency of Japan's ODA in the health sector. And I have been working for more than 25 years in African countries, Southeast Asian countries, and Latin American countries. And my background is obstetrician gynecologist. I was involved mostly technical cooperation in the field of reproductive health and maternal health and gender, and of course, maternal and child health. So as a part of the member of the implementing Japan's ODA, we have 3 pillars. First is we support self-help efforts, means we emphasize of the dialogues and also the collaboration with the developing countries and respecting their ownership and intentions. And also Japan tried to build the foundation of self-help effort and self-reliance. Means, for example, in health, we also need to consider about road, bridge, electricity, water, and maybe hospital or equipment, drug, and also schools for educating, producing the health professionals. So all multi-sectoral approach is needed, and Japan tried to support not only one part of the society, the health system, but also try to cover the whole comprehensive one. And the third one is we emphasize human security and the right of individuals to live happily and dignity and free from fear. Freedom from fear and want is also our philosophy through the protection and empowerment of the community people. And also since the beginning, we tried to focus on the vulnerable population. So this is the amount of ODA from Japan. And you can see the red line is Japan's. For these 25 years, since I started to join these activities, the Japan's ODA is not increased much, but not decreased. This is a real situation. And so during all this background and philosophy and also the trend of the Japan's ODA, what was discussed, and especially during the process of developing a Japan strategy on global health diplomacy. So the previous one, Japan strategy, was in 2013. We prioritized the global health in foreign diplomacy, and also promotes UHC, universal health coverage. After the war, we tried to establish the universal health coverage by health insurance and also the health system delivery, including equipment, materials, and also human resources development. And so it was, at that time, it was based on our experience in Japan and try to share this and then contribute to the global development. So 4 main actions were in the previous strategy in 2013. The first one is mainstream UHC, and the second one is implement bilateral assistance toward UHC. and also collaborate with global partners, strategic partners. Bilateral collaboration through the government is one part, but also we also contribute to the multilateral collaboration through UN agencies, UNICEF, WHO, UNFPA, UNDP, etc., and etc. And the fourth one is we always focus on strengthening human resource for global health. So we have two steps when the government decided to revise the strategy, global health strategy. And the first step was a special commission was established just before COVID-19 pandemic to prepare for the next version of the strategy. And the special commission, I was just a member of the special commission. I was selected as a member. And I'm not the government officer. I'm more or less program manager in the field in many countries. And together with other members, we worked together. And then today I just want to share with you about what we discussed and how was the process. And actually it was nothing special, but step by step we did what we did. So it was just 1 year, but Special Commission sticks to the Japan strategy for donor assistance for health and how we can make it the enhancement of the strategy and how we can make development assistance more effective towards SDGs. And the recommendation and revising process of the strategy for global health diplomacy and based on the design for peace and health. And the members is like that. They're chaired by the former Minister of Health, Labor and Welfare. And commission members are actually 21 with a working group, 10 members. And officers from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. And to review the previous activities of Japan's ODA and what was the main achievement, what was challenges, what was opportunities. And one thing, from this time, the implementation agencies from like us, I was working in the National Center for Implementing Agencies, and then I was selected as a member, and with my group, based on the experience in the field in like African countries and Southeast Asian countries, what really happened after the government spent the money budget to those countries, and what was the problem? What went wrong and what did not go right? So, like from JICA and from my organization, and also non-NGOs, international agencies, and also UN agencies. I hope you remember Dr. Kuni, the entertainer, yesterday evening. And we are together, we are colleagues, we are working in the same organization. And he was seconded to UNICEF Global Fund based on our experience in our institution. So he's a member. He was a member and he provided some comments on Japan's ODA, how effective we can use. And also from researchers, epidemiologists, and social scientists, we started discussion. And within 1 year, we had 15 minutes meetings, and just before the onset of COVID-19. And after COVID-19, everything was changed, but still we could find out a good solution to do the online meeting. And this was the outcome of this commission. At that time, we could expect how after COVID-19, how it would be. Maybe something, we have to change our mindsetting. So these 5 recommendations are, 5 recommendations are already included as produced as the report. And based on this report, step 2 is actually the work within the ministries. So the task force was developed in July 2021 and chaired by the special advisor to the Prime Minister, and members are Director Generals from Prime Minister's Cabinet, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Health, and also Minister of Finance. And there's also the task is develop health strategy, but coordinate ministry was an issue that raised during the discussion in the Commission. So these are the process and the expert group. I was also involved in as a representative of implementers from Japan's ODA as an expert group. So during the COVID-19, we had all the pandemic. Every country had a difficulty to manage the routine activities, but still we continue our meeting, and based on the advice from the expert group, then the Global Health Task Force finalized the strategy, and also at the same time set up the mechanism among the relevant ministries. And right now, after the endorsement and also the publishing the global health strategy, this system is still working. That twice a year, all the relevant ministries have a coordination meeting to share the information. So this is outline that maybe I can just, sorry for this busy slide, but we have 4 principles, like health system strengthening, and resilience and equity, sustainability, and cross-sectional approach. This is nothing new, nothing special, but it is really that we need to follow and we need to keep in mind. And this is actions that we discuss through our discussion and put as a document. You can, if you are interested in, you can just have a look. Yes. And this time, one of the new thing is about the involvement of the private sector. So previously, our ODA is only on public sector, but since we recognize the importance of the involvement of the private sector, and then we also need to make it as a formalized, in the same direction. So this is the red part is the private sector, and the blue part is the public sector, but we also put together and work as a harmonized way. So these are some lessons learned that I was involved at that time, and this was actually my last task as a project implementer, project manager. But stepwise process to develop and also including set up the mechanism, try to set up the mechanism for follow-up. And relevant ministries and departments to be involved. And technical working group role, including civil societies, the role of NGOs, international NGOs and donor NGOs, those working in those organizations, their comments are quite valuable to develop the strategy. And also private sector, private companies and are also involved to make a comment. So that was the main part of my presentation. I hope it will be some help for the audience. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm sorry, I totally forget about 2 things. This year is the 70th anniversary of Japan's ODA. And also, I really congratulate the 20th anniversary of this forum. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Fujita. And interesting also how a trained gynecologist with a lot of field experience then does the implementation and now will give all this knowledge further at a university to the next generation. Really, really impressive. While I was listening to you, I thought of one thing. Perhaps I dare to share it with you. Japan, like Germany, was in the post-war situation, poor, destroyed, and couldn't only depend on help of others. Then both countries became countries that could, again, help others. Let us never forget that one day we need the help of others. Who knows? So, we had Japan, and we go to move to another country. It's Thailand, and it is my pleasure to present to you Dr. Thai Prayun. Thai Prayun is trained in London, trained in Australia, and did public health and global health, and she is also behind the Global Health Action Plan that started in 21 and goes until 27. So for Thailand, we are in the midst of the action, and we are looking forward to learn from Dr. Thai Prayun where Thailand stands with its global national health plan. Thank you for joining us here as someone who works directly with the Minister of Health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bettina, for your kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer and supporting staff for invitation and your kind hospitality. I have the pleasure to introduce to you the Thailand Global Health Action Plan 2021 to 2027, Think Globally, Act Locally Toward Health for All. So this is my presentation outline. I hope that I can finish all of these topics within 15 minutes. So this is the role that Thailand have contributed to the global health development through various international forums. At home, we are discussing about our role seriously, that we would like to position ourselves to be a global health contributor rather than global health recipient. We would like to provide technical experts to developing countries in the area that we have been successful at home. I'd like to present to you that we have done, how we contribute to global health. We have the expert at home. I believe that some of you know our global health champion, Dr. Sweet and Dr. Willow, who work behind the scene in driving global health agendas, key global health agendas, including universal health coverage. And he also has a role to capacity building in knowledge transfer to the new generation, including me. And we also implement seriously on the universal health coverage that we have achieved since 2001. And we also got the 5th rank on Global Health Security Index in 2020. During that, we faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also have the Health Promotion Foundation that we use innovative financing from the 2% surcharge of the excise tax of tobacco and alcohol beverage products. So, and then we also established our homegrown global health platform, so-called Prince Mahidol Award Conference, that is, we call it a Global Health Summit. We convene this conference annually in January. This year, I think it's in February. So we this conference also set the global agenda for another meetings as well. We try to address the health, the determinant of health beyond the conventional health. We also have our own initiative, health initiative at regional and global level. We also the father of the Foreign Policy and Global Health Initiative, together with Brazil, Indonesia, France, Norway, Senegal, and South Africa, established in 2006, and try to promote the role of the health diplomacy of Thailand. We also work closely with the Japanese government for the Global Health and Universal Health Coverage Project. Now we are in the phase 3, so try to assist the developing countries to achieve the global health agenda. We also build up our capacity of the new generation through the leadership program in Global Health Thailand. We have the fellowship program. We also work closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Thailand to promote health in the economic cooperation strategy through the ACMEX. ACMEX stands for Irrawaddy, Chao Phraya, Mae Khong. Irrawaddy is the river in Myanmar, and Chao Phraya is the big river in Thailand, and Mae Khong is the river that run across the many countries in Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand. Now we also the home of the ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation, and now we are in the process of establishing the new center that we call ASEAN Center for Public Health Emergencies and Emerging Diseases, or ACFED. Is in the process of negotiating the draft agreement of the center. So this is the Global Health Action Plan. This is the second global health strategy of Thailand. Actually, Bettina mentioned about the Swiss health foreign policy. We also look at that policy as well when we developing the first global strategy. This is served to be the second global health strategy of Thailand. We cannot use the term strategy in the past 5 years because we have a 20-year national strategy. So at the ministerial level, we are not allowed to use the term strategy anymore. We can use only action plan, but basically it's about strategy. So we try to, we work closely with the LAI ministries in developing this action plan. So we have undergone the process of the development, including we have done SWOT analysis, we have done elite interviews, expert group, focus group meeting, and stakeholder meetings, consultation for a year, and then we come up with the Global Health Action Plan. So we try to work in synergy with other line ministry as well. This is the overview of the Thailand Global Health Action Plan. So the ultimate goal is to ensure that we contribute to the health security, and Thailand is safe from the public health threat, and we have achieved the economic sustainable development, and also also help other countries as well. We have 5 strategic issues to achieve, and we also have 18 key programs. So this is the overview. We also drive this strategy through both bilateral and multilateral platforms. So this is the first strategy. So we give the importance to the public health emergency preparedness and response, and climate change, AMR. We also give the importance to the R&D on public health emergency countermeasure as well. So this is the key achieve that I have mentioned earlier about the new center on public health emergency and emerging diseases. We also contribute to the development of the draft, the Visual Pandemic Agreement that Bettina just mentioned, that now is the 12th round of the INB. INB stands for Intergovernmental Negotiating Body of the Visual Pandemic Agreement. We also, at home, we have the AMR National Action Plan. For the climate change, we also have the Health National Adaptation Plan. This is in the phase 1 that try to mitigate the impact of the climate change on health. And then during the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, we are also able to produce the COVID-19 diagnostic kits at Department of Medical Science can produce this kind of kit, and we donated to many developing countries during that time. So this is second strategy that we would like to promote Thailand's role in global health through the agenda that we have achieved, especially universal health coverage, health promotion, and health security. So Thailand has been recognized as the forefront of the countries that have achieved universal health coverage. During that, we faced the financial crisis in 1997, and then we achieved in 2001. So now we are also have the flagship, the current minister have the flagship policy on universal health coverage that we promote approved access to essential health services using the ID card. Thai people can use their ID card to access to health facility nationwide. We also have the learning study site from developing countries, and we also join other countries in propose the resolution at the UNGA to have the resolution that we promote the International USC Day in 2017 through the APGH resolution. So for the health security, we got the 5th rank that I mentioned earlier in 2020. And then we are the first country that the pilot project of WHO on the Universal Health and Preparedness Review in 2022. And for the health promotion, Thai Health Foundation also received the Nelson Mandela Award for health promotion in 2021. And Thailand has been a star visit site for innovative health financing for many years. So this is the third strategy that we try to enhance policy coherence, especially in trade and health policy coherence. We try to comply or work with the international obligations, including trade-related intellectual property rights. And we also try to balance health and the economy. So this is the key success so far that for health and economy, Thailand has been the medical tourist destination competing with neighboring countries. Singapore, we attract around 3 million foreign medical tourists. This as of the Q3 of this year. And we also have used the traditional medicine to cure COVID-19 as well. And trade and health policy coherence, we organize the annual International Trade and Health Conference annually. This year, I just missed the conference because the time conflicting with this conference. We also have a role, the Ministry of Public Health. We also engage in the trade policy making mechanism. So this is the demonstrate that health officials have a role to play in protecting health from the implication of trade agreements. And we also implement IHR core capacity seriously as well. And for the fourth strategy, we want to achieve the health system resilience. And through this program, especially health system strengthening digital health and innovation that I have heard a lot of innovations from this forum. So I'll be being back home to discuss at home about this. And we also have the expert joining this session. So it will be a good opportunity to work further. We also give the importance to primary health care, also R&D in vaccine, medicine, and medical devices. So what we achieve, so we are able to upgrade the health facility, especially primary health care, to be responsive to people's needs. We also maximize technology to improve health service delivery. And just last year that we are able to table the, and also achieve the endorsement of the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on Vaccine Security and Self-Reliance. And just this year, Thailand also served as the first presidency of the International Vaccine Institute Global Council. This is for 2 years term. So the last strategy, this is most important one, is about capacity building. We would like to generate knowledge, global health knowledge at home, and also would like to contribute to the global community. We would like to establish global health database and also build up the new generation capacity to be a global health leader. So this is a key success so far, that we are able to conduct in-house research study. We also convene the annual global health seminar, and we have monthly meeting with the colleague from International Cooperation Office. We have 8 departments at home, so we each department have their own International Cooperation Office, so we work closely with them. We also work closely with Japan, that I mentioned earlier, and we also have the fellowship program at home to build up the new generation capacity in global health. We participated and also contributed to the setting the global health agenda through various governing body, especially WHO, that we are currently the member of the executive board meeting. So because time is so limited, it just time's up already. So we have some monitoring and evaluation of the Global Health Action Plan to various means. So, and then we hope to achieve this result by 2027. And then this is partners that at home we are a number of partners. So far we have more than 30 partners that helping us to achieve the expected outcome of the Global Action Plan. This is the forums that we have pushed forward our key activities, both including the regional and global health forums. So we have also facing with some challenges that I'd like to share with you, especially on the policy incoherence across the line ministry, especially on trade and health policy coherence that we still need to be overcome. And especially by the time that Thailand is expressed interest to be the party of the comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Agreement. So, and then we still have the capacity gap between generation and also between the sector as well. We need to work harder to ensure that everybody can support our vision on health for all, and also geopolitics also play a crucial role in our global health work. So this is my concluding remark that Thailand, I'm very proud to say that we contributed to global health development through supporting and driving the global health agenda at the global level, and then bring back home and implement it seriously, and then be successful at least in the 3 areas: user coverage, health security, and health promotion. And so we are ready to join hands with other partners, other countries, and to all of you to advance health for all. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Really, this just reminds me that global health needs a lot of hidden heroes. When you mentioned all the people who from Thailand participate in GA and INP, and these are people that this is not just sitting around, it's hard work to be following an INP international treaty negotiations. And yes, you contributed, your country has contributed a lot of people that when you mentioned them, I said, yes, indeed, indeed, indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Thailand. Thank you. And now, we will be locally. We have heard that action locally, nationally. We will be very local. We will call upon an eminent Taiwanese researcher, Dr. Xu. In fact, for all the Taiwanese, I don't need to introduce him. But for myself, I love to say that he's an epidemiologist. He does molecular epidemiology. And even though this sounds like extremely hard science, he has published over 300 papers, he is also a hero of advocacy for global health. And that's why he is now on the stage to tell us what Taiwan does under the motto, leave no one behind. Thank you, Dr. Chu. Please welcome him.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Bettina's kind introduction, okay? Okay, it's my honor to, on behalf of Taiwan, because Taiwan now, under the Director Xu's guide, we are now to arrange our first edition of our Global Health Development Goal. And so today, my topic is embracing the global health, Taiwan strategy for the healthier future, okay? Sorry. Okay, now this is my outline. Oh, you can see we have hey, what's the problem? Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so this is outline. Okay, and I think this figure is everybody's well known. Okay, so we see the SDG. They put the place in the central of the SDG, and it means the crucial element for SDG 3 for affected all the aspects of human development. So in Taiwan, our global health development strategy is also centered around the SDG 3. Okay, and before I talk about Taiwan's global health development strategy, it's important to note that Taiwan has been involved in the international health and medical assistance for over 6 years. And over time, its responsible shift in global trend. This has over from the medical aid into the sustainable cooperation. And we can see the first one. The first medical team was dispatched in Libya, and the long-term medical team was sustainable and established in around 10 countries, including Malawi and Eswatini. And the second, we can see the Taiwanese government established the ICDF, we talk the International Cooperation Development Fund, as the specialized ODA agency from 2005. And the mobile medical team were dispatched. And third, with response to the UN Millennium Development Goal, MDG program, and the health cooperation program in the Pacific Alliance and the friendly country, strengthen the health system, the partner country. And the last, with the introduction of the UN SDG in 2030, the cooperation development strategy has diversified to including the health security and the digital health and the service for the local partnership. And this is our national health insurance system with the coverage almost 100%, and we provide very convenient, affordable, and accountable. And right now, we around 32% health facility covered by this system. And we built up my health bank in 2013, and to help each person, the empowered people, to have the better self-care and also the management. And we also provide the medical card in 2013, and provide our doctor to view the patient's medical data to ensure the patient health and the drug safety. That within the my health bank in the future, we are might be put in our cloud and using the AI to provide more disease predict model and let the doctor have the evidence to teaching our patient to do more health promotion program. And this is Taiwan the future's guy. Okay, and this is our new appointment, President Lai. He set up a committee around the talk about the Health Taiwan Promotion Community, and this committee want to enable Taiwan to align with the international standard and anticipate the global cooperation to promote the holistic health and enhance care for all age and foster global compassion. And the upper half is our new appointed Minister of the Foreign Affairs, Lin Jiarong. He also developed a diplomatic alliance possibility. In this possibility, they including 3 sub-projects. First, in the Amata Smart City in Thailand, he will integrate the Indochina Peninsula, and this using the ICT to cooperate with to learn the mutual experience to build up the more health life in the future. And also in the Paraguay smart technology demonstration, the best we developed the Southern Cone Common Market. And the last is the Jack Science Park. We support the TSMC factor in the Germany, creating the supply chain class among the alliance and working together to achieve the national possibility. And our Minister Health and Welfare, Dr. Chiu Taiyuan, he led Taiwan's WHO action team to Geneva this year, and he emphasized the global community should accept Taiwan entry into the WHO, and which is the largest multilateral health platform in the world, and it can be maximize the Taiwan's advantage and beneficial the global sustainable development for everyone. So, based on the spirit of the SDG 3, Taiwan should not be left behind. Okay, so the Office of the International Cooperation, Minister of Health and Welfare, cooperated with the NHI to develop the first Taiwan National Global Health Strategy. So, why I'm here to talk about, and later we will discuss, and because like the Japan and the Thailand, we learn a lot from them. Okay. And this is why our global health strategy is essential for the health future. And we can talk about in the global health is one of the means to ensure the national security, and also the global health strategy must be thoroughly discussed across all sectors, and also protect all the citizens of the world and the country to the humanity achieving the UHC and health security. So, for example, from 2006, from the Switzerland, the European country, the price the value of the global health, and later on the different countries from Canada, UK, Japan, and so on. In 2024, Taiwan will join, and we set up our global health development goal at this time. Okay. So. Sorry, this is a very busy schedule, but I will go to Intel in the next slide, okay? So, in Taiwan, we now, to develop our global health strategy framework, and we set up the 6 major strategy, including including this cloud. But however, before we have set up this different setup, we are detailedly to review the over the dozen country, and including our friends from Japan, Thailand, and also from Canada, and from the UK, from Europe. So based on our detailed review, so we set up this platform. And the Global Health Strategy Framework and the 6 major strategy, we including the first one is enhance the health security, and the second is establishing the resilience and the equitable health system. And the third, we want to strengthen the digital health and the sustainable medical development. And then followed by developing the WHO, the environment strategy. And the 5 is enhancing the coherence between the health and public policy, and also the strengthen the individual and the institutional capability. And the last, we promoting the role, image, and the visibility of Taiwan in the global health. Okay, this is our level 2 strategy blueprint. And we want to enhance the health security, so we have the 4 action plan. And the first, in 2018, we hold the APEC conference by our CDC Taiwan, and they mentioned the AMR with the One Health approach, and hope to using the different experience and build up the platform and also the biobank and digital biobank to help each other to prevent the antimicrobial resistance. And also 2007, the Taiwan IHOC in Peru, when the Peru facing the earthquake, they're providing the medical aid during the health emergency. And also in for the antivirus 71 vaccine, and the Interpol, they provided these vaccines donuts to give Taiwan have to strengthen the domestic research and development of vaccine, machine, and the medical product. And recently, our NHI have developed our local vaccine for the EM71. And then now we are providing to the private sector, and now we can produce our own vaccine capacity, producing capacity. And in the future, in Taiwan, in NHI, we have built in the huge vaccine production factory to keep our own capacity to produce our vaccine to facing the future emergent infectious disease. Now we are prepared to process this program. Yeah. And we also to establishing the resilience and equitable health system. And we also provide 4 key action plan. And in 2021, in the GCTF program, we build up the technology cooperation to strengthen the local health system. In this one, we help the Paraguay to build up the different levels hospital, around the 300 hospital they incorporate the system, and they including the high level, the medical center to the local primary health care. And using that, we have the one system for the heat system. So during this system, they don't need to writing the paper, the medical record, and we provide the system for the EHR to help them, and they can trace the patient record very fast. So later I will provide some video for you. And the other is in Swatini, the maternal and infant health care improvement project is also we provide a medical device to try to lowering down the new birth baby. And with this problem involved, the mortality rate is induced 1/3, more than 1/3 in the program. Okay, during the time constraint, I will not go into there to another 2. Okay, and we also have the digital health and the sustainable development government. So digital transfer the prepares data to improve health service. So we right now we are in the second level. We hope to help the Paraguay to cover more than 60% of the population can within this system, and hold all hospital can be joined and provide the digital health system in their all hospital. Okay, so the other is we want to developing the WHO involved strategy. So we also have starting on the organization structure, function, and development of WHO, and also promoting through the different courses from the perspective of also locals and partners to gain the international support to build the domestic in there. Okay, so also we enhance the coherence between the health and the population policies, strengths, and the distribution capability. So in Taiwan, now in our southbound program, every year we train a lot of inbound medical doctors from our friendship country. So in that program, we have trained more than 1,000 doctors and teaching them the skill. And when they go back to their mother country, they can provide a more high quality medical service to their own residents. So this is our very important. And also in Haiti earthquake, we also have the watch system to affect the community as household. Okay, so our new southbound policy and strategy in health, we hope to help in the different country in the South Pacific area. And the core thinking is the public-private partnership and also economic cooperation. And also we hope to have a national health research system to modify the version to provide a different country and help them have the more efficiency, the digital system to help them. Okay, so new southern policy is we want to the one country and the one center. We call it 1C project. Within each country, we have one hospital to organize all Taiwan to the other hospital. Go there to provide our good medical device and a good medical skill to help them and enhance the capability of the health worker, and also we will oversee the medical base. Okay. So we're promoting the role, image, and the responsibility of Taiwan in the global health. So because of the times constraint, so I think I don't need to put on the video. And if you have further questions, maybe we can discuss in our the round table section. Okay. So this is my topic now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chu. Taiwan can help, and it really does help. We know that. A lot of people in the room do know it. Thank you. But also, I think, again, we could have exchange and learning. I mean, if I look at Taiwan's health insurance system, I always think, couldn't we in Switzerland learn a bit or have a little bit of exchange? Just because in Switzerland we are dealing 8 million inhabitants with 56 insurance companies, and we could perhaps have a look at your system, but this is also for me part of global health, exchange of knowledge, exchange of what we know, as well as exchange of help and cooperation. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, and now we change continents, comes from Canada. And difficult to explain, go through the CV of Dr. Stanley Kutchner. It's so much he has done. He has been everywhere and has done everything. But at the basic training, he is a psychiatrist, and he is a pioneer in young adult and child psychiatry, mental health. So one person starts with epidemiology, the other with psychiatry, but we are all here for global health. And again, that joins us between specialties, countries, nations, and ideas. And I think it will be interesting for us to have the talk that is Considerations from Canada from Dr. Stanley Kutchner. And I call Dr. Stanley Kutchner on stage. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, everybody. And I'd like to share my great thanks to the government of Taiwan for your kind introduction and for taking such a leadership position on global health. And I also want to thank all my presenters, previous presenters, who spoke in English. You know, for most people, that was not your mother tongue. And it was so considerate of you to speak in English. And I just want to thank you for it, because I know how challenging it can be to speak in a different language. So thank you. We are not having a good day today globally. Health is a political choice that can and must transcend geopolitics. But we are living in the most unstable geopolitical time in global history since the 1930s. And that didn't end well. Mr. Trump needs 3 more votes to win the election. That's it, 3 more electoral college votes. And there are 6 states that have not yet reported. The probability of him winning is very, very, very high. And when that happens, the geopolitical uncertainty and the geopolitical instability will become greater. And one thing that we do know is that safety and security are foundational for health. They're foundational for well-being. They're foundational for improving the human condition. And global health starts with safety and security. Now, Canada does not actually have a global health strategy. We have an interesting mixture of activities with a long history of international development. And our global health work is split up amongst a number of different intergovernment organizations. We have a Minister of International Development. Global Affairs Canada, which is under the Minister of Foreign Affairs, runs much of our international development work. Our Public Health Agency of Canada has an international health component that doesn't answer to the Minister of Foreign Affairs or to the Minister of International Development. And we have organizations which are quasi-governmental organizations, such as the RDRC, which has a tremendous history of funding excellent global health research, which sits uneasily in everything else in our government. In other words, our approach to global health in Canada is very Canadian. Everybody has a little piece. Everybody has a little part. And although we don't have a coherent single-point strategy or single point of accountability, we nevertheless do some pretty good things. So if I had been asked by the Prime Minister, which I wasn't, to set out a framework for a global health strategy for Canada, these are some of the things that I would have said. Number one, I would have created the definition that global health strategy is the practice by which intergovernmental and non-state actors coordinate global policy solutions to improve global health. The strategy must focus on issues that transcend national boundaries. So issues which are common across all nations, not that it doesn't mean you can't have an issue that is important within your own nation, but these issues have to transcend nations. That we have to ensure that we look at global health as a global public good. And that means that we have to understand everything from health inequality to how supply chains work. And recently, through COVID, there has been a realization that there has to be some decoupling of supply chains from China, and the whole concept of friend shoring, working with like-minded countries to develop supply chains which might be more reliable in the future. Very, very important. Now, of course, with Mr. Trump's ascendancy to the president, what one defines as a like-minded country might change. The other thing is that it's imperative to link domestic health innovation to global health innovation. And here I want to raise the fundamental importance of research. Research is both discovery-based research and mission-driven research. They're different. First of all, you can't have mission-driven research without discovery-based research. It's not going to happen. If you haven't discovered the molecule, it doesn't matter what you're going to do. You can't create the vaccine. And investment in discovery research is fundamental to global health, because the answers to tomorrow's problems may be sitting in a lab, and I don't mean just a bio lab, I can mean in a social lab, that won't become apparent to us for years or even decades. If you look at mRNA vaccines, they didn't get developed in 100 days. The whole idea that you could create an mRNA vaccine goes way, way back, and it was years and years of discovery research which just allowed it to emerge at the time it was most needed. So countries must invest in discovery health research in order for us to have a good global health initiative everywhere in the world. The other thing here is that we have to understand the importance of non-health issues. And I'm raising the issue here of the World Trade Organization. And some people in the audience will know about the trade-related aspects of international property rights, or TRIPS, and the challenges and the failures, actually, of the WTO to deal with intellectual property of vaccines when it was most needed for the global good. Now, my friend and colleague from the United States, Peter Hotez, is a wonderful example of how you can create a vaccine and give it to the world, but many pharmaceutical companies aren't in the business of giving things away. So some of our WTO perspectives might have to change to enhance global health. Also, we have to think about the threats to global health. It's not all just positive directions. What are the threats that we have to look at through global health that aren't health itself? And one of the threats that we have to look at is the rise of malignant state and non-state actors that actually try to destroy the fundamental essences of democratic states, because it's democratic states that lead initiatives in global health. And so if we aren't careful and establish ways of addressing and dealing with malignant states and malignant non-state actors, that's going to threaten global health. And one of the biggest components of that now is disinformation, health disinformation. And we are looking forward to studying how Taiwan has been dealing with that, because Taiwan has had a lot of experience in that. The other thing that I don't have on the slide that is a real threat to global health is the rise of toxic populism. And that rise of toxic populism, which we have seen in our Canada's neighbor to the south, but also you see it in Hungary, you see it in Brazil, you see it actually in a slightly theocratic twist in India. This rise of toxic populism is anti-expert, and it is focusing on what is only good for my state, not as what is good for the globe. So that also is a threat. And how we deal with that threat in order to protect global health will have to be done through geopolitical means. Now, Canada's global health and development work comes as part of our foreign policy. Our foreign policy has both stable and unstable components. And what I mean by unstable components are it has to react to threats and opportunities. Every country has that in their foreign policy. And foreign policies will change over time, even over the lifespan of a government. So Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, which we are part of now, was a relatively recent shift in our foreign policy directions, and really is a signal that Canada must get involved in the safety, security, and improving the health in the Indo-Pacific region. So Canada is now investing more in this region. Funding allocations for global health really depend on priorities, much of which are internal priorities. How much is left over or predefined for global health work is part of the complex interplay between how funds are driven. Canada has a feminist international assistance policy which promotes gender equality and sexual and reproductive rights of women as one of our key areas for international development. We have also just recently signed on to the Kigali Declaration, which promotes activity in neglected tropical diseases. So those two things have been pushing Canada's foreign policy and our global health strategy. So when we think about it, we really have to know and decide how we're going to move forward on this. It is essential that we work with established international health agencies, that we have both multilateral and bilateral relationships in our global health strategy. And that is something that is key. What are the multilateral relationships? So for example, with WHO, WHA, but also with non-government organizations such as the Gavi Alliance or the Gates Foundation. And how does that fit in to how we're going to harness our own expertise in Canada, which is considerable, in academic institutions, through various organizations like the Canadian Coalition for Global Health Research, which I helped fund many, many, many years ago, and bring that into a coherent whole, ensuring that we have both multilateral and bilateral foci. So one of the opportunities that we have here is now in Taiwan to develop a bilateral collaboration in health. And we have a number of items within a brand new MOU, which was only signed in 2023, and is now in the process of being developed with legs put under it. What's going to be the project map for this? What's going to be the direction that we will work together with Taiwan. For Canada, it's a wonderful and exciting opportunity, and I think it's a wonderful and exciting opportunity for Taiwan itself. So in conclusion, I think it's important that we remember that national global health strategies have a purpose to improve global health and enhance global wealth. They have to be multilateral and bilateral. And we in Canada are privileged and are very pleased to be at a point in our work where we can work together with Taiwan, a progressive democracy and a like-minded country, to improve the health and wealth of our populations. We have 3 senators here, all with extensive health background, and we're here to learn from Taiwan. We're here to collaborate with Taiwan, and we're here to work together with all of you to improve the health of this only one planet that we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kutschner, for these really comprehensive political thoughts. And thank you for starting with telling us that Canada has fragmented little bits everywhere. That reminds me of other federalistic countries. I mentioned Switzerland. We will be going to another one, Austria, which has Länder. But overall, thank you for reminding us of the importance of geopolitics and of our political actions everywhere where we are, and also whom we look for to join work forces with the like-minded. I think it's an interesting word that we have to redefine every time. Yes, I said we are going from federalistic Canada to federalistic Austria now. And our colleague, Dr. Bernhard Fattinger, is someone who started with law, studied law, went to an academy of diplomacy, was in the private sector, so he has seen a bit of important knowledge everywhere, but more importantly for our topic, he then represented Austria at the EU level and also until 23 in Geneva, where he was the one at the office of Austria to the UN, right? And so I think you saw the list, the timeline, who started with a national global health strategy in the presentation of Dr. Chu. Switzerland started, and you see that Austria also prepared one. So we're looking to see what Dr. Fattinger will tell us about Austria's National Global Health Plan and views after all the experience you have. Thank you for being with us on this floor. Please join me here up, Dr. Fattinger.
Good evening, distinguished hosts and participants, dear colleagues and friends. I'm not going to talk about Austria or Austria's global health strategy, but as the title says, I want to compare a little bit selected national global health strategies and give you an overall plaidoyer and recommendation for countries to finally decide to draft a global health strategy if they haven't yet done so, because I think it's really an extremely useful instrument. So, approaching the end of the 20th Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan, I would like, first of all, to thank our hosts for this conference and all the generosity and hospitality received. During my time as Austrian Health Attaché in Geneva, from September 2017 to January 2023, I also had the opportunity to learn to know different ways and methods how the 194 member states of the WHO organized and structured their activities in the area of global health. I found it particularly interesting to see that a few countries had defined the policy goals of their global health activities and at the WHO and in other fora and fields of work in the form of publicly available so-called national global health strategies or national global health policies, thus acknowledging that global health, in their view, constitutes an integral part and important element of their national interests and hence also of their foreign policy. The COVID-19 pandemic, on the one hand, has highlighted the inextricable interdependence between nations on the one hand, as well as the fundamental importance of health issues in our age on the other hand. Topics like the fight against infectious diseases, the expansion of resilient healthcare systems, measures to contain non-NCDs, or the threat of increasing antibiotic resistance have become standard agenda points at the UN General Assembly or at G20 and G7 summits. In other words, health, or rather health threats, have intruded into the world of foreign policy and diplomacy. Although the need for a rethinking of the framing of health in the context of foreign policy and international relations had already become evident in the 1970s and 1980s, it nevertheless took about 30 years before finally Switzerland reacted pragmatically in 2006 to these changes by publishing the first national global health strategy. Soon followed by the United Kingdom in 2008, the US and Japan in 2010, Germany in 2013, Thailand in 2016, France in 2017, etc. Sorry, could I have a glass of water, please? What are the motivations behind these national global health strategies? Are they really only an instrument in the interest of the rich countries? What are their benefits and for whom? And which similarities and differences can be traced between them? What are the consequences of aligning or binding a country's policies in numerous coherent fields like development policy, health policy, foreign policy, security policy, research and education policy, human rights policy, and so on? You needn't be afraid. I won't give you all the answers to all these questions, at least not now at this meeting, maybe next year or in the future. An analysis of selected publicly accessible national global health strategies and similar governments, including, for example, the EU's Global Health Strategy of 2022 and of papers related to China, for example, to China's global health diplomacy, shows how complex and far-reaching questions and commitments contained in these documents can be. One of the conclusions from this comparison is that these strategies, together with instruments such as bilateral WHO country cooperation strategies or the nomination of national global health ambassadors, clearly constitute a major benefit, not only for the countries concerned, but also for their partner countries and their cooperation with international organizations, as these national global health strategies, function as catalysts for innovations, contribute to clarity, enhance mutual trust and accountability, and facilitate and improve coordination and priority setting, both internally as well as externally, at all levels. As Switzerland was the first country that published a national global health strategy, and since Germany has followed Switzerland's model, I would like to share with you now a brief look at the state global health strategies of these two countries. Switzerland's motivation for publishing its own strategy on health, foreign policy were, I quote, firstly, to coordinate health-related issues within the framework of its domestic, foreign, and development policy. Secondly, to make a convincing presence in international institutions or organizations. And thirdly, to better represent its own interests. That's very important in the Swiss strategy, to represent its own interests. So it's not a purely altruistic exercise, but that's real pragmatism and realism. Currently, the third version of the Swiss strategy is available under the title Switzerland's Health Foreign Policy 2019 to 2024. In November 2023, the strategy was officially prolonged until 2028. Its three main objectives are, firstly, to improve, and listen carefully because it's again, the focal point is on the internal benefits, and that's very, very interesting in my mind. To improve the health protection of the country's own population. I repeat, to improve the health protection of the country's own population and health system, and its health system, domestic health system. Secondly, again, internal domestic interest, to support Swiss foreign policy. That means to represent Swiss interests in a targeted manner. It's very clever also how to sell it internally, such a strategy. It's very well done in my mind. And to make an effective contribution to global health in terms of realizing the right to health of the individuals and other health-related human rights. So the stress here is on human rights. Again, this is a very, very good goal in my mind. Remarkable about the Swiss global health strategy, as I said already, are the pronounced structural orientation and its open commitment, not only to health and non-material goals, but also to promoting the country's economic and political interests, and to strengthening Geneva, as our moderator said already, as the global health capital. I stress the, not a, but the global health capital. In consultation with stakeholders from the Swiss cantons, the private sector, research and civil society, 6 priority areas of the strategy were defined as follows. Firstly, health security and humanitarian crises. Secondly, access to medicine. Thirdly, sustainable healthcare and digitalization. Fourthly, determinants of health. Number 5, global health governance. And number 6, addiction policy. Similar to the German parliament, so also is a very active and engaged parliamentary global health group in the Swiss parliament. I think it's a very good idea. Countries should follow this example to create such a parliamentary global health group in the parliament. Summing up the experience with the strategy, Swiss experts say that it has in principle successfully proven to be effective, even if conflicts of interest between economic and humanitarian interests occasionally have remained unresolved. According to these experts' judgment, it has enabled the country to adopt a coordinated approach and a coherent position on global health at the international level. Especially important with regard to the strategy was that it helped to set up a precisely defined coordination and cooperation mechanism, as you can see on this slide, if it works. Oh, yes. It's not huge, but I didn't manage to make it larger. I don't know if you can read it, but here it says Management Committee. Sorry. The first point here says Management Committee. Here the ministries sit together, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Federal Office of Public Health, and the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. Here again, different state authorities meet. Yeah, that's a good idea. Can you make it a little bit smaller again? And you see, the very pragmatic Swiss also think of including intellectual property authorities and those in charge of innovation, trade, and health. Then there's an expert group, if required, and an annual Swiss health foreign policy event. So at least once in a year, all stakeholders meet and discuss the current topics in the field. So it's a very good and elaborate structure. In Germany, the first global health policy concept was adopted in 2013. In reaction to the adoption of the 2020-30 agenda in 2015, as well in response to the Ebola outbreak in West Africa in 2014-15, it was replaced in 2020 by a new version entitled Strategy of the Federal Government for Global Health, Responsibility, Innovation, Partnership, Shaping Global Health Together. Together with the German Sustainability Strategy of 2021, it represents an integrated, longer-term governance approach and expresses, I quote, it's important again, the German federal government's determination to further expand Germany's leading role in this area. So this, again, is a very clear expression of national interest. The strategy was developed in a comprehensive, consultative, and participatory process led by the Federal Ministry of Health, with broad participation from civil society, science, such as the International Advisory Board on Global Health, and the private sector. Similar to Switzerland, the implementation of the strategy is ensured by a comprehensive coordination structure. The United States, finally, have repeatedly confirmed that international or global health plays a core role in their foreign policy. One of the last documents published by the White House in April 2024 in this context was the new US Global Health Security Strategy. The credibility of these affirmations about the central role of global health within the US foreign policy was proved, among other things, by the opening of a new State Department's Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy, which is situated in the so-called West Wing of the White House on August 1st of this year. So it's in the center of the power, this State Department's Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy. In contrast to the EU's, the French, or the German strategy, the US global strategy, health security strategy, seeks to strengthen global health security and security capacities, primarily through more than 50 bilateral partnerships. The EU Global Health Strategy, eventually adopted in November 2002, replaced the 2010 EU Global Health Policy and puts forward 3 priorities, namely, I'm coming to him, no, don't worry, only 3 more minutes. Firstly, deliver better health and well-being of peoples across the life course. Secondly, strengthen health systems and advance universal health coverage. And finally, prevent and combat health threats, including pandemics, applying a One Health approach. In this strategy, the EU expresses its ideas about shaping a new global health order, by contributing to a robust global governance through international partnerships on health, by leveraging the Team Europe approach, and by promoting more effective, innovative funding. The strategy, the European Global Health Strategy, represents the external dimension of the European Health Union, which protects the well-being of Europeans and the resilience of the health systems. It is also a key component of the so-called Global Gateway, which builds partnerships of equals based on joint responsibility. Summing up my remarks, I would like to pack 3 points into my take-home messages or lessons to learn. Firstly, national global health strategies are a highly useful instrument and even a prerequisite for the creation of clear assignments of national competencies in the field of global health. So first point is clear competencies. You can't find them in every country, I can guarantee you. Secondly, a national global health strategy or national global health policy is critical to the alignment of a country's political interests with global policy solutions for health. There are many interests in a country, but not always all of them are aligned with these global policy solutions for health. And finally, such a strategy is a unifying vision, or serves as a unifying vision for a country's engagement in global health efforts. These are the 3 points, or have been the 3 points. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Dr. Battinger. And now can I invite our moderator and all the speakers back to the stage for the QA? Yes. Yeah. We're not going to bring out the sofas and everything. Yeah. Just to save time. Yeah.
Yes. Could every speaker come up and we join here to be ready for questions from the audience? First of all,
yes, maybe
thank you, Dr.
to the
Battinger.
center of the stage. Yes.
Thank you very much. And now please join me in here. I think first of all, our speakers, all of them, need a very strong applause for... Thank you.
Yeah, we can move towards to the center of the stage. That's okay. Yes.
And now I would like to see if some questions are directly here from the audience to our speakers, to Canadian considerations, to Thailand, to Japan, to Austria, Thailand here, to Taiwan. If someone... Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. How I wish we could also clap hands for the moderator, not just the presenters only. But I would like to appreciate all the presentations, especially deliberated on under plenary 3. I was particularly impressed with the Canadian consideration if we had more time, I would ask him to elaborate a bit. He touched on, or he said, it is imperative to link domestic health innovation to global health priorities. And he also touched on the equitable distribution of resources and goods. And he made an example of vaccines. I have particular interest in the pandemic agreement. How I wish you could elaborate a bit on what you touched on. But my question is there a link where we can access all the presentations that have been made here?
This goes to our organizers. Do we have access to all the presentations? First, a practical question. I think we do have. If the presenters have given their okay for
If
sharing
they're okay
them.
with it, definitely we can share the presentations
So
with
will be
all the
shared.
participants. Yes.
And now your question, I think, goes to our colleague from Canada about...
Thank you very much for that question. It's a very complex question. It has many levels. And I'd just like to comment on one piece of your question, and then maybe we could chat further after. No country that I'm aware of has expertise in every single area of health. Even in Canada, we have parts of our country that has greater expertise in some areas than others. And one of the things that is really important is to be able to share the best expertise across all the different countries.
And the best people.
Absolutely. So there are two pieces to that I wanted to focus on. One is, if a particular country has great expertise in one part of health, that it is globally leading, it's very important for it to continue investment in that area, but also to share that area with other countries, and to be able to receive from other countries the area of expertise that they are advancing in. So in the simple, and vaccines is a nice example of that, but artificial intelligence is an example of that. Quantum computing related to health is an example of that. So there are all these examples that we can draw on. But equally important, and I think that this is very often underestimated and under-discussed, is the importance of sharing human resources from country to country. We are enriched when our best postgraduate programs in health, be they public health, molecular biology, whatever, have people in the doctoral and postdoctoral areas who are from other countries. And we come back and forth, and we grow our population health, global health workforce by that collaborative sharing of expertise at that level.
And mRNA is an example, because the two Turkish researchers who came with their parents to Germany have been developing mRNA, but never thinking of vaccines. They did, as you said, foster research, basic research, hoping to find something against cancer. Then came COVID, and they said, wait a second, this works better for a vaccine because we have the topic, epitope known. And how did they get the epitope? Because other researchers were willing to share the genomic information of the bits of COVID that they had in their countries. So I think, yes, sharing information, sharing people, and sharing resources. COVID vaccination development was an example, and hopefully so, they will now continue in cancer with the mRNA. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you. And other questions from
Yes.
There, down there. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm from the National Health Research Institute in Taiwan, and actually we are one of the team member of Professor Dr. Hong Yiqiu. And it's because the global health strategy is quite general and broad. So my question is, how to monitor and evaluate the strategies? Is there any key indicator as the Professor Fujita just mentioned, there's a evaluation process or monitor process. So I'm curious about that. And the other question is, does the strategy can integrate with the local issues like migrant or geopolitical issues to make sure this national strategy really works in the countries and influence the whole world? Thank you.
My neighbor wants to take the first question.
That's a very good question. So for the Global Health Action Plan, Thailand Global Health Action Plan, we have the mechanism to monitor and also evaluate the action plan as well. We set the key KPI. We have up to 20 KPIs. The detail is in our website, Global Health Division website as well. So for the migrant issue, Health Ministry also look at the health of migrants. We also work closely with the Ministry of Labor in Thailand to ensure that migrants are healthy and are able to contribute to Thailand's economic development as well.
And who wants to take the second question? Yeah, please.
So maybe one thing I can add is, yes, it is very important to set up the key KPI in the beginning, but the strategy is not the rigid one. We need to revise it. We have to be very open. This was maybe the inappropriate, not appropriate now because of the rapid changing of the society and the world. It's especially security and situation in the present situation. So I think we need to be very open to change or modify the strategy or maybe modify the plan. Yeah, this is one thing that I can say.
I hope this answered your question. And there was another hand up there. Oh, yes, please, Dr. Auer.
Probably the last one. Yes.
Yeah, probably the last one. But
I don't want to spoil your optimism, but November 5th is a turning point in world history for global health. One of the biggest contributors to global health, the United States of America, turned today into an unreliable partner for every one of us here. And my call is that European Union, other countries like Canada, Japan, have to step up and take the role the United States of America will not deliver anymore. This is a very serious day today. It's a horrible day for global health.
Well, that's what I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. You know, it's hard to find the words. In a country of 365 million people, this is the best they can do. But the reality is that that's what the reality is. And so all of our democratic countries that are not as powerful are going to have to change a few things in how we do this. Because it's not only the health issue. This is a person who is wanting to get rid of NATO. This is a person who's willing to sell Ukraine for a few more hotels in Moscow. This is a person who will make a deal with China if they pay him enough. So we are really sailing into uncharted territories. And the idea that the United States can be the global policeman is no longer in play. And so this raises the importance of like-minded countries who are not as powerful starting to work in a multilateral collaboration like we have never worked before. And the challenge that we are going to have, and I'm not going to mince words here, the challenge that we're going to have is that even in our countries, which are like-minded, there are forces that want to move us towards an autocratic framework. So our work, those of us who believe in equity, those of us who believe in the human rights of all people, those of us who believe that you are a human being and you deserve to be treated just like any other human being, we are going to have to get together and ensure that our voices are followed by our actions.
Yes. I think it sounds like a closing word. And it sounds like a call to action as well, to like-minded countries, if I got you right. And if I may do end and close with a knowledge about where the word crisis comes from. It's an ancient Greek word, and it means not what we use it for, but in Greek it means analysis and decision. And perhaps this point in time, let's call the 5th November, pushes us to take decisions that we have been considering but never done. And I like the word of like-minded countries and people. So thank you for your call to action. Thank you to all of you. Let us not forget this forum, this anniversary, and our call to action of the 5th of November, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now it's time for the certificates of appreciation. Yes, okay? So can I have Professor Borish come to the front? Yes. Firstly, to Professor Noriko Fujita. Yes, to present the certificates of appreciation. Yes, please come to the center of the stage. Here, there. Yes. Thank you. Let's have a photo together. Thank you so much. To Professor Fujita from Japan. Thank you. And next to Dr. Suriwan Tapriyum from Thailand. Yes, okay. And next to Professor Hong-Yi Cho from Taiwan. And next to Senator Stanley Couture from Canada. And Dr. Bernard Fattinger from Austria. Oh, okay. All right. All right, and everybody, let's have a photo together. I thought you were going to have the second one, yeah. Thank you. Everybody give them another big round of applause. And thank you to Professor Borish for her wonderful, wonderful moderation. Thank you so much. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Thank you once again. All right, everybody. The 2024 Global Health and Welfare Forum is coming to an end. And now for the closing ceremony, we firstly have a video for all of you. Yes, we have put some of our very happy moments together into a video these 2 days. All right. 那接下来呢，我们这一次的 台湾全球健康福祉论坛的闭幕仪式呢，首先准备了一段精华的影片，要请各位现场的贵宾一同来观赏。Let's have a look. Oh, it seems like the video is not out yet. Only hear the music. Can we just bring it back and let's play the video again? 我们可以再播一次吗？从头哦 ，OK? All right? You good to go? All right, let's have a look. 请看。
their own.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 2024 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan, everybody. Thank you so much. And just as you saw in the video, we had a ministerial roundtable held earlier today, and we have reached some very important consensus and have fruitful results. And next, to help us read the very important ministerial joint statement, we would like to invite our two facilitators of the roundtable to the stage. 那接下来呢，我们要有请我们中午举行的部次长的圆桌会议的两位主持人到台上来宣读共同宣言。We'd like to welcome Professor Hong-Yi Cho, Director of Institute of Population Health Sciences, National Health Research Institute, Taiwan, to the stage, and Professor Padmini Murthy, Global Health Lead, American Medical Women's Association, USA, to the stage. 有请我们两位圆桌论坛场次的主持人邱宏毅所长以及美国女医师协会全球卫生总监到台上来。Yes, the time is yours.
At first, I will thank all the ministers from our country, and we have a very strong commitment, and also with you are also supporting. We have now the Taipei statement for this Taiwan Global Health Forum conference. So now I will invite Minnie to read our the statement to our Minister of Chu. Dr. Chu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Taiwan, Honorable Excellencies, Ministers, Honorable ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. So this is the Ministerial Joint Statement, Advancing Global Health, Ensuring the Right to Health for All. Preamble. We, the participants of the Ministerial Roundtable, convened on November 6, 2024, at the Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan, under the leadership of His Excellency, Dr. Taiyun Chu, Honorable Minister of Health and Welfare, Republic of China, Taiwan, affirm our commitment to exchanging best practices and promoting health equity across nations. United in partnership and solidarity, we pledge to uphold the universal right to health. Recognizing the 2030 Agenda's principle of Leave No One Behind, LNOB as the short form, the acronym, as essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, we emphasize the urgent need to address global health inequalities and discriminatory practices. We call upon all governments, international, public, and private stakeholders to intensify efforts towards enhancing health and societal well-being, guided by the principles set forth below. Purposeful partnership and commitment to global health equity, ensuring healthy lives for all demands sustained commitment. The economic benefits of investing in health are well documented as healthy populations underpin robust economies. We urge nations to forge national and international partnerships to advance global health with health equity as the core principle. Currently, a significant portion of the global population lacks essential healthcare services and access to relevant information. Bridging this gap and ensuring equitable healthcare access is crucial to addressing disparities. Safeguarding health and human rights of vulnerable populations. It is imperative to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, the elderly, and individuals with disabilities and limited mobility. High-risk individuals, particularly those in disease-prone regions are affected by climate crises, humanitarian disasters, and conflicts require constant advocacy and focused attention. Implementing targeted policies and programs to address these challenges will strengthen health systems and foster reliance against health adversities. Leveraging technology, including artificial intelligence, to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 3. Artificial intelligence, AI, again the acronym, is a transformative tool in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, playing a critical role in promoting planetary health AI advancements significantly contribute to SDG 3, ensure healthy lives, and promote well-being for all at all ages by improving screening, diagnostics, treatment planning, and patient monitoring. AI can also identify disease patterns, predict outbreaks, and suggest preventative measures, thereby enhancing healthcare accessibility and affordability. In conclusion, embracing behavioral modifications and innovative technologies is essential to delivering healthcare that is accessible, affordable, effective, and ethical. We emphasize the importance of developing these technologies responsibly, ensuring privacy protections, user safeguards, and a shared commitment to ethical standards. We, the undersigned participants, endorse the strengthened ministerial joint statement on November 6, 2024 in Taipei, Taiwan. Honorable Kevin Barnard, Minister of Health and Wellness, Belize, Honorable Mudzuzi Matsebula, Minister of Health, Kingdom of Eswatini, Honorable Georges Fils Brignol, Minister of Public Health and Population, Republic of Haiti, Honorable Ota Kisino, Minister of Health and Human Services, Republic of Marshall Islands, Honorable St. Clair Prince, Minister of Health, Wellness and the Environment, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Honorable Tai Yun-chu, the Minister of Health and Welfare, Republic of China, Taiwan, Honorable Tufafa Latasi, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Tuvalu, Santiago Adolfo Garcia De Stefano, Vice Minister of Public Health and Social Welfare, on behalf of the Honorable Dr. Maria Teresa Baran, Vasil Chuk, Minister of Public Health and Social Welfare, Republic of Paraguay, Curtis Martin, Permanent Secretary, AG, Ministry of Health and Social Security, on behalf of Honorable Dr. Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security, Citizenship and Immigration, Health and Human Resource Management and Social Security, Federation of St. Christopher and Nevins, Nigra Chisau Mikol, Director of Hospital and Clinical Services, Ministry of Health and Human Services, on behalf of Honorable Ghaffar Uhar Belau, Minister of Health and Human Services, Republic of Palau. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, honored guests, all protocols observed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Professor Murthy and Professor Cho. Would you please wait on the side? We're going to have a photo later. Next, we're going to invite the ministers and vice ministers who have signed this statement to the stage to have a photo. 那我们接下来呢，要有请我们的部次长到台上来一起合照。我们首先有请卫生福利部的邱泰元部长。Let's firstly welcome Minister Tai Yuan-Cho of Health and Welfare, ROC Taiwan. 我们掌声欢迎部长。We'd also like to welcome Minister Kevin Barnard of Health and Wellness, Belize. 接下来我们有请贝里斯卫生部长。Minister Mudzuzi Matsebula of Health, Kingdom of Eswatini. 掌声欢迎史瓦蒂尼王国卫生部长。Minister George Phil Brignol of Public Health and Population, Republic of Haiti, 海地共和国卫生部长。Minister St. Clair Prince of Health, Wellness and the Environment, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 圣文森及格瑞纳丁卫生部长。Minister Tufafa Latasi of Health and Social Welfare, Tuvalu. 接下来我们有请图瓦鲁卫生部长。And next, we'd like to welcome Vice Minister Santiago Adolfo Garcia De Stefano, Public Health and Social Welfare, Paraguay. 接下来我们有请巴拉圭卫生次长。Permanent Secretary Curtis Martin of Health and Social Security Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, 圣克里斯多福及尼维斯卫生部代理部长，有请。And we also like to welcome Director Girachiso Meko, Bureau of Hospital and Clinical Services, Ministry of Health and Human Services, Republic of Palau, 帛琉卫生部医院及临床服务局的局长，有请。 All right, right now, can we give the statements to all of our distinguished guests on the stage?好，接下来呢，我们就把这个部次长的联合宣言，我们一起递给我们台上的贵宾。Okay, and next we're going to do 2 photos. For the first one, just show the cover. Don't open it yet, okay? For the first one, just show the cover. Yes, all right. Okay. Please look at the cameras in front of you. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a photo together. 3, 2, 1. Okay, and now for the second photo, please open the joint statement. Yes. And show it to the front. Yes, okay, yeah. All right. Okay, look at the cameras in front of you, everybody. 3, 2, 1. All right, once again, a big round of applause, everybody, for the ministers, vice ministers, Professor Cho, Professor Murthy on the stage. Thank you so much. You will return to your seats. Thank you. 谢谢，我们谢谢台上的贵宾。那我们要有请邱泰源部长在台上留步，准备呢来发表这一次论坛的闭幕致辞。Yes, you may return to your seats. Thank you so much once again for your participation. And ladies and gentlemen, now to share with us some final concluding thoughts, we'd like to invite Dr. Taiyuan Cho, Minister of Health and Welfare, ROC Taiwan, to give us the closing remark. 接下来，各位贵宾，我们掌声欢迎卫生福利部邱泰源部长，我们致闭幕词。
Honorable Health Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, and representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As the 2024 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan comes to a close, on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, MOHW, I would like to extend my thanks to everyone for making the long journey to Taiwan and bringing insights to this forum. Your participation has truly made this 20th anniversary forum a great success. Over the past 2 days, we have explored issues on global health challenges, gained deeper understanding, and reached strong consensus on solutions to these critical challenges. This year, we also held a successful ministerial roundtable and released a ministerial joint statement. To all the attendees of the roundtable, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for your participation and contribution, leading to such meaningful outcomes. I would also like to express my appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the relevant department of MOHW. Your dedication and hard work have been key to the success of this forum. I hope that the insights and the knowledge gained during this event will be shared and built upon, and that our leaders and experts will continue to build international collaborations and partnerships, working together to improve the well-being for all. Finally, I want to thank our international guests once again for coming to Taiwan. I hope you have enjoyed your time here. Wishing you all good health, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Minister Cai Yuan-Chou of Health and Welfare, ROC Taiwan. 非常谢谢卫福部邱泰源部长。Ladies and gentlemen, 2024 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan has come to a close. Thank you to all the speakers, and thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, and safe trips back home. We'll see you next year. Bye-bye. And everybody, please fill out the questionnaire for us by scanning the QR code that you see right now on the screen. And do not forget to return the headsets to our staff. Thank you very much. 那提醒各位贵宾都可以扫描荧幕上的 QR code 填写问卷。那如果有借口译设备的贵宾呢，也请记得归还。再次谢谢大家 ，Thank you。